don't know how much of that you got, but whatever the case may be, it is what it is. Hello, welcome. Thank you so much for tuning in with Enchantress the Babbler here, right? For you, I see you. I see your beauty. I see your uniqueness. I see your awesomeness. And I am so thankful for you sharing your awesomeness and uniqueness and energy here on my channel. And so if this is the first time that you're here, welcome. Did I really? Give me a second. Whatever, I must stick it out. Whatever. Ashes to ashes and dust to dust. That's what's up. So, welcome. I kind of know what I want to talk about in every kind of essence, shape, and form. But you know how Enchantress the Babbler, she has been born. And so, however it comes out is however it comes out. Either way, if this is the first time that you're here, hi, welcome. Thank you so much for joining. You know, eat the Fakimana, because there will be plenty. Go in. If you can go through the evolutionary babbles and whatever, then you're my kind of like dope-tastic. You know what I'm saying? I also offer loads of like timestamps and things like that for those that can't sit through from beginning to end. And you know, and again, you don't have to sit from beginning to end. You can pause it, my friends, because who got time like that? Unless you're driving and you're like on a road trip and you want to listen to the whole entire thing from start to finish and you have that amount of time to afford, then sure. But like even when I watch things that are longer, I watch it in parts. Like, you know what I mean? Even me, when I'm time stamping and doing stuff, I don't get to watch my videos. I'm just trying to do what I need to do. So, you know, to upkeep too. Which brings me to the topic at hand. It's going to be a broad topic at hand, but again, we are going to be talking about, you know, like just as, you know, again, I'm not here to convert anyone or make you see or believe how it is that I see or believe, but I'm going to be talking freely about things that do bring some levelings of truth or helpfulness to me on my journey. And so Mercury stationed, right? Mercury is no longer retrograde, although the debris of that can linger on for quite some time prior and after its visit, right? But now we also have Saturn retrograding. And it's interesting because I don't even know, and it might be in the freaking video, or I don't know, maybe a video to my own uploads, but I feel like I mentioned Saturn somehow. I don't know why. Again, like, you know, don't quote me on things and, you know, for exactitudes and names and all of if you look into like critique and shame somebody for not being all textbook savvy or something like that, you can hop the fudge off, okay, and go learn to be a nice person, okay, first to yourself, you know what I mean? But either way, Saturn is retrograde, and it's like, well, great campa with the lessons to be learned, right? So, and Mercury having been retrograde, right, depending on how that affected you, you know, many people could talk a lot of crap about a lot of shit too and blame it. Like, you know, it's so quick to and easy to point out, you're the cause of mi problemas, you're the cause of, you know, this and that, you know, instead of being introspective and reflective and, you know, working on the mastering of your energy, you know, system, you know, for your own energy management solutions, whatever. That's what this channel is really a lot about, even though I might use divination tools and different kind of tactics to get people in the mood to eat the Fakimana in every kind of way, whatever is going to bring you there. You know, I don't care what brings you there, it's what brings you there. great. You know what I'm saying? All right, but either way, like, with Saturn being Lord Ruler over Capricorn and Aquarius too, right? And Saturn is retrograding in Aquarian territories as well, on like the degrees and all the kind of informationals and all that kind of things. If you're interested in those kind of things, you can go learn about astrology or watch videos from an astrologist, a professional astrologist. You know what I'm saying? But either way, so prior to hitting record, I found myself stalling in hitting record. And I'm like, okay, you know? And lately I've been attributing my blah, yeah, kind of feels to just, a lot of different energies that and occurrences, like, especially with the passing of my grandpa, and just, things like life happens, and you're entitled to, like, one of the biggest misconceptions that I'll be real quick to snap someone's head back on straight, unless they want to be all like reversed in every kind of way, when they be like, oh, if they ever, like, it's rare for someone to catch me off. And now my off, when someone catches me off, it's just not as enthusiastic. So I'm typically like jolly and giggly, I could be, and hyper, you know what I mean? For 80% of the time. That's a reasonable amount, enough time for me to be jolly. And then there's the 20%. And it doesn't mean I'm nasty. It doesn't mean I'm mean. It doesn't mean I'm rude. It doesn't mean anything. I just have my, like I said, like I have my hermit mode, my quiet mode, my, like, I don't talk mode, like, I'm not chatty, or, whatever the case may be. And so, but it's rare when I'm black, right? And so, but I've been honest with myself in terms of like not sugarcoating or painting roses red just for the sake of appearances and keeping up with the Joneses. Like, you know what I'm saying? Because although, a lot of people seek my jolliness because it makes them feel better and all this kind of stuff, like, people misconstrue if I'm not in the mood or something like that, and they associate it, I guess, with how they interpret that for themselves in terms of how they handle things and things like that, of when they're brooding or quiet or stuff like that. I'm not doing any of those kind of toxic, kind of silent things like brooding or like being negative or depressed, or I'm not doing that. Like, my shutdown is not that kind of shutdown any kind of way. It's just a shutdown. Like, but before hitting record, the Saturn kind of influence, right? Because Saturn is what happened, Ebony? Saturn's here to help, right? But it has a very cold, calculating, discerning, binding, secretive. It can appear secretive kind of approach to how it goes about in taking care of things. So, and Saturn's also associated, right, with, I'm sorry, I can't, with like our career, our life purpose, our values, virtues, and life path, and things in that kind of nature. and it's all about the balancing. Saturn's here to help balance certain avenues of life, right? It's the maturity, the responsibility, the accountability, the the diligence to do that what must be done and get it done and be rewarded with such reward for that which you have put in the work or the effort for and doing. But Saturn's not going to come into the room and let you half-ass or half-step something. So Saturn, the reason why people sit up straight, right, when Saturn enters the room is because Saturn, if you don't sit up straight, Saturn's going to help you to sit up straight. Because what you're doing to your spine, don't slouch. Your spine strength. Is that strength is to sit with good posture, good breathing habits and things. So it's like finer tuning that which you do or know to do and getting involved with the detailing aspect of that too, because as challenging as for some that go through hard lessons with Saturn might say, like, Saturn is here to be it's not a tyrant either, because everything that's ruled with Saturn is karmic justice. It's fairness. So, which is kind of like, so it's like someone like a narcissist getting away with an empath on its behavior, because the empath is the empath. Saturn comes in the room and the narcissist can't get away with it. Saturn will address it, point it out, with the empath too. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, it's just the balancing act of everything and helping you to get there. So Saturn comes in the room now, and it's in the sign of Aquarius, and the sign of Aquarius on a higher octave of noting, right? Astrologically, it's in a general kind of consensus. Aquarius would represent the collective, the people. Aquarius is a representative of the people. So idealistically, Aquarians and would be here to was it hot? Right. So Aquarius is here to make our world a better place. Granted, individually, astrologically, we each have our own birth chart, blueprints, and mapping. But just, for just superficial, we're skimming the surface here, and we're just applying it in whichever way it's gonna be. You know what I mean here? Aquarius is all about making the world a better place, and Saturn is in the sign of Aquarius, visiting each and every one of us wherever we are in our own compositry. Here, looking at our house, our houses, our property, where we are, our position, our evolution. And its notes are as accurate, factual, and blunt as can be. Like, there's no, excuse me? What are you telling Saturn now about your way of doing things? Oh, okay, you want to resist. You want to argue with this. Well, then you got some hard karmic lessons to learn in this. Hopefully, that's not you. Saturn come in the room, I'm like, so, what am I here to learn? Because me learn. Me learning. I love learning. So it's a matter of perspective, perception, and how you want to view things. Just like when people go ballistic over Mercury going around, work out your shit, and Mercury wouldn't have to hit you so damn hard. And retrograding, and really, like, anyways, it's an illusion. It's an optical illusion. It's an optical illusion. So it's like, think about that, because scientifically, Mercury going retrograde, like scientists will say, nothing happens to the planet in any kind of way. It's an optical illusion that is making it appear so. So it's the same thing. So it makes you think about the optical illusion that makes something appear so, and it's bringing it to the surface of your community to help you to communicate that better for yourself in healthy, wealthy, stealthy ways, because that's the kind of energy here. We're growing, nurturing, and desire to evolve and grow in every kind of like awesome motherfucking way, right? Hip hip hooray, right? So so like one of the biggest advices that I would even just like receive during any kind of Saturn retrograding, and mind you, Saturn is started retrograding, whatever, has its pre-shadowy period and all this kind of stuff. But technically on June 4th, what is the date now? What is the date? Listen. All of these messages are timeless. Whenever you find yourself here is whenever you find yourself here. Remember that. So I'm just being clear, but it's June 8th, right? When I'm recording. Right? So and this is like a 4.5 month retrograde period. So what you thought this was gonna last a week? A weekend? No, 4.5 months until October. Right? So like Saturn cleans house, like really cleans house, right? It really cleans house. Hold on. Right? So I don't know where I was. But either way, Saturn, because that's important, this message here. Saturn's here to assist all in sorting out our priorities. And if those priorities are not clear to you, well then, hey, instead of fighting, resisting, worrying, or self-sabotaging, say, hey, let me focus on the bigger picture. What is the bigger picture, right? So it's like Saturn's here to help you tend to the bigger picture. Saturn's here to help you focus on the bigger picture by tending to all the nuances, details, and detailing that is required to create that bigger picture. And it's like, there's no half stepping. It's not reading the cliff notes, it's reading the fucking book. It's not half-assing an assignment, it's getting the assignment done, right? It's integrating lessons, right? It's right? Saturn's the lord of structure, right? Discipline, authority, karma. So it's like boot camp. And granted, it's going to be different for all of us. So what sector of your life as in it needs an improvement, you see, right? So granted, so Saturn's all about like, what's the word I'm looking for? Sorry. But it's all about like, okay, so like, what was I saying from before? Right, that's what I was saying from before. All right, I'm gonna rewind just a little bit, right? We're retrograding anyways, right? Right. A lot of people don't seem to realize that although Saturn can teach harsher lessons in life, because it's not about harsher lessons. It's about getting shit done. And the complexities and the challenges that we find in our own resistance to get shit done due to our conditioning, our habits, our behaviors, our patterns, our conditioning that might discourage us, especially during challenges when you're asked to rise to the occasion, right? To deliver, to produce. right? And consciously too. And so Saturn's here in the sign of Aquarius, which is representative of like our collective, right? Energies and stuff like that, because it's communal energy, it's futuristic energy, right? Saturn comes here with its rules, its restrictions, its hard work, its boundaries, its structure, in order to build back up Babylonian. I don't know. Right? So it's like, and so for those that are here in the egoic layers of their wanting to feel accomplished or successful, are being asked to, like, well, by Saturn, it's Disney here, I gotta speak. They to surrender to this one's ambitions of personal glory and get into these aquatic Aquarian kinds of vibes of we're in the Aquarian age at this time, right? Of this communal energy of making our world a better place, right? So granted, so now we're all individuals having our Saturn lessons, right? Being implemented, and depending on where we are karmically, it's gonna be different for everybody. So, like, for instance, like before hitting record here, and I'm just sitting here in my own stagnation, not hitting record, and feeling blah, and allowing my feelings to blah, and accepting the feeling of blah, and knowing this too shall pass, blah. But also desiring to record, blah, needing to do this, blah. So you get what I'm saying? The resistance to the urge, the call, the desire to create and do, but feeling like this too. So that's kind of a challenge for me here. But here Saturn comes and it's like, okay, what lesson here is there to be learned that you are learning, that you are now opening your eyes to seeing, that's revealing to you certain levelings of truth? And so immediately, like in this processing, you know, this inner dialogue, it came into full clarity. I hope I don't butcher it now, and I'm trying to say it out loud because it's the first time I'm articulating it, you know, for you guys. Because, you know, then I started hitting record, and I said I was here, you know, and like whatever my spirit told us. So, sorry. 1, 2, 3, 4. What are the next steps? Open that door, right? So, one thing. Right. Okay. Purpose. Are you aligned in your purpose? Do you understand what that is? And what is your purpose to do what you do? Why do you feel compelled? You know, it's easy to get so caught up in everyday mundane life. You know, we got bills to pay, mouths to feed, things that we dream, this American dream, or ambition seed, or even complacency for the general public, right? And then it's the small percentage of successful, wealthy persons that exist in this world that are figments of our imagination that we know exist but are so far from our reach, because general population be the we that have to live in these streets and do these beats that we may not see, and then it gets in the way of our personality and our dreams and our visions to see. And so Saturn is here to shake the house up more and say, knock, knock, open your fucking door. Are you dressed appropriately for that which is your purpose? Even in the spiritual community, a lot of people will go through their shadow like times, and instead of learning from their shadow side and times and having to go through some shit in this life, those that are in that spiritual element of like religion or witchcraft or these kind of belief systems and stuff like that, instead of honing or accepting or energizing with understanding for overstanding, they're not accepting the reality of that which is presented before them for whatever reason. Again, I'm speaking as generally and publicly as I can possibly speak, but I'm speaking from fucking experience and from the amounts. I'm talking like I don't even go into numbers. It doesn't matter. The amounts of countless souls that continue to come to me to this day. All right, so detached from their own reality of circumstances, living this delusional existence due to their own complacencies and conformities and it just happened to me kind of thing. Okay, time and time again to work with people individually and really get through certain perceptions that will be the major blockage to that which prevented them from seeing something so well, some that would maybe conscious and see, that was so obvious to me. Sometimes it's not obvious to the general public that has been conditioned and put into this space of a place of a sight. Take the rose color spectacles off, then what sight do you see? When everything before you has been fed to thee. That's a sailboat. That is a paper. That is a computer. That is a window. That is a dog. That is a cat. That is a bird. That is an ant. That is a ground. That is gravel. That is a house. That is straw. That is oatmeal. That is a leaf. That is the flower. Do you get what I mean? What have you contributed to in this world that is new, that you have brought from the intangible out into the tangible? And it's hard to see that which is unique within us, that each of us have. Each of us have something unique that we bring that is different. And it's so challenging in this conditioned state of life to be caught up with the superficial colors, art, distractions, ways of life that already just are and could make one feel invisible. And so to find your voice, to find the you that is fuck yeah and different too, and has always spoke measures of truth to you, but for whatever reason life snuffed it out of you, right? That's the kind of work I love to do. For me, it's purposeful, it's useful, and it's needed. And so these moments of blah that I have, I might have a moment that I forget. And I'm only giving and using me as an example because that's just the example that I have to give. You take with it as it will be for you and apply it tactfully, responsibly, in accordance to you, or just listen to it as a parable of inner sight for you, whether it applies to you or not. But it's magic, it's enchantment, it's evolution, right? So in that moment of blah and stagnation, and in my own meditation to 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 discuss from this channel that I have grown to love. I don't get paid on this shit. I'm not a popular YouTuber. Um, that was never my intention or drive, although it's nice to have communications with so many beautiful souls all across the globe, and to be able to connect and connect with so many of you in different ways that find me behind the scenes, getting to know you guys. And even that behind the scenes, getting to know you guys has not raised my popularity here on my channel, because many of the people that end up finding me here on my channel are not like avid YouTubers either. They just happen to stumble across my channel in their YouTube day, found something that resonated with them in some kind of way, and take that as a sign that on this random day that they don't typically do, they know that they were sent this way because they needed to find me, and it serves them in that kind of degree. And so, the rest of it, is randomness, and those that do subscribe and do follow my channel and do listen and eat the fucking mana and take, and appreciate and know the healing energies, frequencies, and vibrations that are here for all, whether you stay for 1 second, 2, 3, 4, whatever the case may be. But anyways, that's besides the point. My growth here, if you have been tuning in for quite some time, or you could just go back to when I first started this channel and how resistant I was publicly, and how many minutes and sometimes hours it would take for me to hit the record button, because I did not want to record. I did not feel comfortable, secure, confident, ready to be this leveling of vulnerable and open. I didn't encourage followers and subscribers. I didn't even, back then, I couldn't even watch back my videos. Because if I did, I fought then a strong urge that, which wasn't allowed. I wanted to delete what I just saw. And there's still videos like that I think of, like the one, I think I have to set it to public again. But I did send, of all the fucking videos that I record, this one video of me flipping the fuck out, because I had got hacked on Instagram with my enchantress name. And I don't know what year that was, but I was so upset. And I didn't care. I didn't care at that moment. And something so raw for me, like, was like part of my lesson was allowing myself to strip down that vulnerably and raw and emotion too, and record myself and allow myself to be recorded, because that was part of my own growth process from my progress and stuff like that. So I did. And at that time, the rules were that anything I recorded and shared was never to be deleted and always to remain public. And so that was part of my foot into YouTube. Like, anything that I shared and recorded, the rule was once shared, once recorded, must be shared. Once shared, never deleted, nor put private, and that's it. That was not easy, which is why I did not watch my videos for the first like year or two on YouTube. Um, and I'm just sharing again, this is Saturn's effects in our life. So, like, for instance, right? Saturn's retrograding now. Not that Saturn hasn't had a major influence for me in my world. Just because it's retrograding now doesn't mean Saturn was non-existent for me. Saturn plays a huge fucking role in a lot of my growth spurts and evolution. Best believe, and especially because I have Aquarius and Capricorn in me, and Saturn rules Aquarius and Capricorn, right? So and especially, and you think about, the retrograding, and you think about the placements, and you think about the influence, and you think about the signs that it's influencing, and you think about your own individual blueprint, right? So for instance, Saturn rules, right, is the ruler of Capricorn and Aquarius. And for me, Capricorn, my chart is in my Venus sign, which is my love department. So imagine. And then now this can add further insight, whether you're new here or not, into my celibacy lifestyle that I hate defining and labeling as such, but it just is what it is. And it's a label and name people give to it, not saying that I'm opposed to sex, and not saying I'm opposed to intimacy or anything. I love all these kind of things, but years I go in between, and so it's this celibacy, right? Act that is just a definition of human coin terminology of something that I resonate with, and that I guess if you wanted to call a spade, okay, so then I guess I am celibate in every kind of way, and just an activist in that kind of department too, because I'm a big advocate, especially for females, and especially as a female, I'm pro all gender and all this kind of stuff, and I'm not like I work with the same amount of female clients I have, and people that I work as the same, or if not, like even men. I work sometimes more with men than with females. And that's just the way that it is. And so in that, what was the whole point? Right. Right. So, but in my life, purpose, style, and way of living and experience, I have worked very closely for 20 plus years with children and the youth, period. It's just like I didn't plan for my life to go in that direction in terms of working with the youth. But for whatever reason, it has been a huge, like, since um, I first started teaching kids catechism back in over 20 years ago. Kindergartners, and then also, the peer group counselings and all the trainings and the stuff that I've just found that I have been led to and guided and trained for in my life, right? So um, 40 plus years. So I have a lot of life experience, and I'm not saying, oh, blah, 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 blah. I'm just sharing that most people think I'm in my 20s. And so when I speak of experiences, it's like, oh my God, and before knowing how old I am or anything like that, they're like, you've done a lot. Like, or like, I'm like, I'm not as young as I look. I've lived a while, and I've had a very active life since living. You know what I'm saying? And I have a lot of experience in many different walks, whether it be career, whether it not be career, personal, and evolution, and spirituality, and just certain kind of things. And so, anyways, um, so for me, the celibacy act and just so a lot of the youth, especially those that find inspiration and motivation from me, which is something that is just active in my life. Like, especially like my daughter's like growing up, like, people when they see me and my daughter, they think we're sisters or they think we're friends or something like that. They don't always think she's my kid. She just turned 21 though. And so just imagine, like, I'm a very active mother in her life and all her life. And so any friends she has made and things in school, all her teachers and stuff like that, I had a very active role as her mother in her life. And so, it's been a double-edged sword for us both, and for her as well, like in terms of, all her friends would think I'm cool, or all her friends would, you know, not mind me as a parent being around, but she did. You get what I'm saying? And so, like, and growing up, and she too having people like, be nice to your mother, like, it was annoying for her because as much as I might be young and as much as I may be cool or hip or this and that and stuff like that, and people would, like, her friends would admire me, and when she had mommy issues, then, like, and it was a tough, I used to call her Stewie from Family Guy when she was younger too, because I do everything with the girl, and she's just so mean to me at this time. But Gemini, she's my polar opposite in that too. And then in Vedic astrology, she's Taurus and I'm Scorpio, so that's polar opposite as well. And then in Western, she's Gemini and I'm Sagittarius. And the sensitivity is like, and I have a Pisces moon, and so I'm like crybaby watery, and because of my relationship that I had with my mother and the idolization that I had over her, and then the fact that she died when I was so young, I have always vowed that, my kids would know me, and I would always be devoted, to them. And so it is what it is, right? And so in this lifestyle, and then also like my cousins, like my first cousins are much younger than me, because my dad and my mom had me as teenagers. So their siblings had kids later on in life. So I'm the eldest of my first cousins, and so I've always been either in a relationship or not. And I am very big on self-love and empowerment, and that you don't need a relationship to define you, whether you're male or female. And lonely is one perception view that's toxic too. And let me help you to never feel lonely or alone or desperate or longing. And this is coming too from me, who I crush a lot. So when I say I crush a lot, it means that there have been so many people, not so many, but you know what I mean, where I've had huge crushes, whether they be celebrity or real life crushes, right? Where I have lived with the longing. And there have been crushes where that to this day never knew I crushed on them in any kind of way. And you have your process and you have your progress in that journey too. So you would imagine, like, so for me, like in school days, the crushes that I had, I went to the grave with that truth. So, because whatever the case would be, like whatever. Anyways, um, I don't know. I just got into the babbling spray, but welcome. That's part of it. You know what I mean? It's just we're talking, and I like to express so that you can really apply it in your own way to your own story. And so the only way that I can get you to even tap into your own story or see the bigger picture is by, opening up more and stuff like that. Anyway, so, but with the youth, for me, one of the surprises that I have, I'm opening up to it more now because it was a surprise, and so this is process and progress, right? Where I've had a lot of questions, even from parents who have children my daughter's age, that their children come into contact with me or get to know me, and that parent wants me to work with their child or speak to their daughter, especially daughters in this department, because the daughter has taken a liking to me, and they feel like, where they can't reach their child, maybe I can, because for whatever reason, they listen and want to hear what I have to say. And I don't know if it's because of my usefulness. I don't, again, each of us, I don't want to downplay the influence in that, because it's it has humbled me in so many different ways that I'm just very grateful. And also it has strengthened my 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 confidence in my own purpose, even when my purpose may not be so clear to me, or why I do something here. So I feel like Saturn right now, if you're tuning in, tapping in, turning on with me at this moment in time, I know everyone, into me, call it whatever you want. I'm really not being vain, but I've learned in my harsh lessons of life that people will be more inclined to listen to you more when you humanize yourself and allow them to witness for themselves your authenticity, your light, than when you try to help someone by pointing out what you notice in them that needs pointing out, but that doesn't mean they want to hear it from someone else, especially you. So that was like 10 plus years ago. I learned this, or I started to actually learn this by observing the reactions and the feedback, right? Because this was when I started, around this time, 10 plus years ago, when I started to address compliments and feedback. Because before this point in my process and progress, I didn't even know how to take compliments. And if you're here, chances are you too have a hard time taking compliments from others. Like, you probably feel awkward. You probably compliment right back. Or you downplay your compliment or change the subject right away, deflect or do something funny, or which only brings out your charm and cuteness even more. Right? So it was then that I made this observation, because someone that I was working with at that time, very intuitive, very psychic, like a medium, they were able to communicate with your spirit guides, which I thought was amazing. You know, to be able to watch other people showcase or use their gifts in a safe environment, with free from judgment and cruelty and people using them, it's a sight to behold. So this person had gifts I don't claim to have in this department. And as skeptical and as open as I can be to a lot of things, I don't believe everything. And one of my gifts is, don't worry about it, is my ability to see through bullshit, especially when someone's so like yeah, yeah, especially with like readers and other mediums and stuff like that, who have other skills that help them make others believe in this other gift that they are selling. I'm not here to knock anyone's hustle. It is what it is, because you can get into an argument with these kind of people that will swear up and down that they're speaking spirit, ghost, with this and that, and I'm not here to prove those people wrong, nor am I here to even trigger them in any kind of way. But I do have encounters with people that will say I pay for a service of theirs, and I feel intuitively led, right? And I love the mindset that I go into it with it, because I never go into it maliciously. I always go into it open heartedly, like, okay, you know, we're here, let's see. And spirit always catches me off guard, because I'm over here thinking I'm finding someone that I'm going to resonate with, only to learn furthermore discernment. And I'm like, wow, wow, wow. Okay, wow, wow. And you know, it is what it is. But what was I gonna say? Right, so yeah, so one of the things too that I've been now starting to share more about this celibacy stuff, and um, this even semen retention benefit. You know, sometimes you gotta get, anyways, I'm not gonna talk about that and stuff like that, but those that do speak with me and do, and so one of the things that I try to make clear on my website, even though, you know, you can book me for a session and stuff like that, I have to actually update more, because I don't just draw in spiritual people, even though And the people that I'm probably most likely to going to be changing my website again name, although I love it and it has been again very successful for me, and I'm thankful for um, the the change that I was able to change, because part of the risk for me in changing the original website, which is enchantressbabbler.com, was its immense, like, huge success. Like, for the first, like, 2 years before making the change to Witchy Utopian, my fear was everything that I had built and grown up until that point, um, which wasn't easy, because a lot of people don't like to like, a lot of people don't like to subscribe, a lot of people don't like to follow, they don't want to sign up for nothing, they don't want to say, everybody has an excuse as to what they don't want to do. And meanwhile, those things are supportive to you and needed, so to build an email list of people, of real people, and all the stuff, the risk of creating the new website is to lose half of those people, which I did, right? And especially in the beginning and stuff like that, where most of those people that you have, these leads and these customers and this stuff, um, don't so easily unless they book you, which was great for my regulars and things like that, and my tea subscriptions, like those automatically get transferred over and all this kind of stuff. And anybody that had a subscription to anything and stuff automatically over. But then there's everybody else that you took so long, those 2 years, to build, and and that was the risk. And I was so glad to do it, because even with utopian.com, I don't, has it been a year yet? I don't know. I could be approaching it, or I don't know how many months. Oh no, I started this January. January. And then June, January, February, March, April, May, June, January, February, March, April, May, June, 6 months. It has been wonderful. It has been a great transition. This is the first website. I'm sorry that I'm going off of Saturn and you're here and stuff like that. Whatever the case may be, Enchantress Babble is me. Now do you understand? The babbling is free. Whatever the case may be. So it's just updates. You know what I mean? You can all timestamp and switch it back and all this kind of shit. But whatever the case may be, this is informational. You know what I mean? Especially if you're tuning in, stepping in, turning on, and learning and here with me. And I want to connect with you more and more. And the more that you and I connect, the better our relationship is, even if it's on a public stream here, because the more you tap in with me, turn on, tune in, the more every single video that gets posted will be more in resonance to you, because you are being open and connecting with me, whether it be energetically or, you write something, like something, comment something, or subscribe, hit that notification bell too, at any given time. Anyways, what was I saying? Really, what was I saying? I get so like caught up. Um, what was I saying? What was I saying? Oh, my website, right? So the only thing, so part of witchyutopian.com also, the inner energy, the energy war was the judgment, because I dabble in various fields of expertise in life, and I am all over, you know what I mean? Traveling gypsy I meet all people from all walks of life. And I knew this when I chose witchyutopian.com, but the rebel in me, right? The rebel was like, fuck the judgment. I don't care. If someone has an issue with witch, because of my own acceptance with the word witch, because I have been called a witch since I was a child. I have such strong feelings towards that calling, because I fought it so much, because the tone that people would call it to me on, I fought like I'm not these things, and my fight would be like, you're these things, you know what I mean? And like which is because I have always been the way that I speak now. I have always spoken like this, as even as a small child. So astrology and spirit and evolution, all these kind of things, and um, things that typical 4, 5, 6, 7, 8-year-olds are not talking about. I was talking about. I'm not kidding. This is not like, oh, I'm saying this for YouTube and like I welcome anyone who has known me from any fan walk of this 3D perceived life, especially from my youth. Elementary school, go back to that too. Because I was asking everybody what their birthday. I was figuring out their signs. I was all philosophical and Ouija board and tarot cards and all this kind of stuff back then. I have always been trending in my own meta universe of quantum, like, wow, wow. Anyways, um, so yeah. So so now, like Saturn's here, right? We're working through our lessons here, and I'm articulating this here with you because I haven't articulated this leveling of change, yeah, out loud to anyone. I don't need to tell anyone my fucking business. I don't know. There's no plan, right? Saturn works out the detailings with each and every one of us, right? So this has been already in the works for like more than 2 months already as the name change. So of witchyutopian.com, just for again, I'm not conforming, I'm not whatever. I have the name either way for the website has never been fully decided, because even when I had enchantresslybabbler.com, I only created that for simplicity purposes. It was never because that was the website. And then witchyutopian.com came with a level up in my own evolution of the acceptance of that word. And anybody else that couldn't accept the word because it came with judgment, I don't need you as my customer, I don't need you as a client. That's just how I was seeing it. Because what you won't do, someone else will. So it doesn't hurt pockets, it's flow. We grow here. Not limited to just your purchase. I have plenty of others. So you see what I mean? So, and now I'm at a different point of evolution, Saturnian energies, right? Working through. So again, like, I'm pointing out too, so I'm just gonna show this just so that I can timestamp accordingly. Okay. Right, so Saturn is all about structure, order, focus, discipline, authority, right? And it's going to be representative for you in the areas of life that is your expertise too, that is fundamental for you, right? So yeah, Saturn's going to be appearingly strict in its regimen, but it's a teacher, right? So our development, right? When the student is ready, the teacher appears. So when Saturn is influencing you heavy, my dear, when the student is ready, the teacher appears. So what student are you when Saturn is here? I like that question. What student are you when Saturn appears? For the life purpose, right? What student are you when Saturn appears? Like, what am I grateful for right now? Right? Right? We can get lost in gratitude too. I don't want to get caught up too much in gratitude, although you should always feel grateful even when shit is not the way you want it to be. Adopt an abundance mindset. Gratitude is the antidote to all of our problems. It is impossible to be fearful and grateful at the same time. Gratitude improves our health, opens our heart, and changes our state. Today's soul action. The universal law of attraction says that we attract into our lives that on which we are focused, right? So Saturn's here to help us focus, right? To focus so that the universal law of attraction, right, can work for us in our lives, because in alignment we shall be. So what is alignment? This is the detailing, okay? This is the detailing of many kind of things, and the structure of the attitude too that we bring to the development of our creations and purpose and path, right? So close your eyes, put your hand on your heart, and think of 3 things for which you are grateful today. Notice the abundance growing within you. Right? 3 things that I'm grateful for today. I am grateful for every opportunity that I have to express myself in every prosperously successful and exciting way. I'm grateful for love and for being loved and for loving and for having this experience to know love. Right? I am grateful for all the money I've been making. Got me celebrating, elevating, and I know that I am in alignment with my truth of abundance and prosperity too. And I can receive this joy without any reservations, because grateful I am for all these evolutions, elevations, prosperity, abundance, and success happening for me, right? So, I'm very wordy, but I do affirmations that are alchemically aligned to register energetically as truth for your own personal development, right? So what I'm trying to say, although I am wordy in every kind of way, when I create personalized affirmations and prayers, rituals for people, I am less wordy and I am more scientifically, mathematically correct for those other than myself. Because I am mathematically correct because I'm in alignment with the words that I express, knowing its purpose, meaning, function, and my feelings towards these things that I'm saying. And because I'm in my alignment of truth, I'm alchemizing that way. Well, most times, you know, due to our conditioning and stuff like that, we are reactive as opposed to in alignment. And so Saturn here too, especially if you're here, we're just identifying more truths of helping you to speak. To speak. Because I was remembering something else that I forgot to continue to say, and I'm trying not to lose it in that kind of way too. So it's just a lot of things going on in this brain. Right? So what was I saying? I lost track of that sentence too. But right, so no, but yeah, so anyway, everything that I create for you, like even in the sessions that we have, are they're broken down in simplistic ways that are alchemized in every single way. And what do I mean by alchemized, right? So a lot of the time, like people like wanting to live a grateful life, complaining about everything else that they're not happy with. So it's it's not insulting nor combative to say that the person contradicts that which they say or want, right? And so it would be safe to say that a person that is complaining and also professing gratitude is clearly not in alchemy or in alignment with their truth. Do you get the mismatch of mathematical equation in alchemy? So one of the challenging aspects of affirmations and prayers is what the fuck we say. So for each of us, language is different. Many of us speak more than one language, right? But I am in etymology 4. I have been studying the etymology of words for 15 plus years. I probably more. I'm just being safe. I have no concept of time, but for a long time, since the thesaurus and the dictionary were like my favorite books. And the etymology came later on in life, through my studying of the Bible, during those spans of time in my life. I even in college had taken the history of religion course, and I also worked very closely with certain church denominations when I was a church practitioner or whatever you want to call it. Just because I like teaching, so I every church that I was affiliated with, I was the teacher, whether it was in Christianity or Catholicism or whatever the case may be. Anyway, right. So the etymology of words for me is important because part of what gained my interest in that is quotes and affirmations. I love quotes. I love affirmations. One of my other favorite kind of books that I had in my collections as a young adolescent, teenager, child is massive textbooks like this of quotes said by philosophers, famous people, all this kind of stuff, and wisdom. Like, you know, like I was all for those kind of things. And then I started seeing the mismatch of certain things that many were being shared to repeat, affirm, say, believe. And I'm like, whoa, whoa, whoa. That sentence doesn't seem kosher to me, even though I concede what they're trying to say, but still the alignment of the sentence structure does not portray that. And when the person affirms it or says it, they're taking it in from a position that is not maybe the best position for them to speak on towards themselves or for themselves. It's just like someone pretending to not be sad and saying out loud, I'm okay. But meanwhile, inside they're sad. Their alchemy and their alignment is mismatched, right? So that's, anyways, to make a long story short, I am big on that. And anything that I create for people to utilize in writing is customized for first what they are seeking, what they need help with, which is going to be unique in every kind of way. And I create a ritual of affirmations, prayers, whatever it is that they want in regards to whatever topic or assistance that they need, and I create those kind of things too. So you know what I mean? That's not something I have like on my website advertised. It's just something that especially for the sessions that I have with people, that's how that has come about. Like, you know what I mean? And so, you know, and depending on the leveling of sessions you have with me or times you book with me, for many it comes with that package. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So wait, what was I saying? Um I'm not pretending to be anything other than what I am. And so whatever. I'm here expressing and sharing and opening up more and stuff like that. So I lost what I had remembered a little while ago, and now I'm trying to like extract it from this massive, big ass brain of mine. Girls with big foreheads got big brains. um, yeah, aliens in that kind of way, alienation. Um, I will go say something. I know it'll come back. That's part of this babbling effect. You know what I'm saying? Um, right, but either way, if you want to do it for yourself, the whole point of that, even to in terms of application for you, really get to the source of your truth and what it is that you say, and make sure that what you say matches what you think and how you feel. And if you can't match how you think and how you feel, um, how you think, how you feel, and with what you say and what you do, then the best bet for you is not to make any like serious moves that will determine for you what you're really cooking. You know what I'm saying? So I talk a lot about the STFU game that that I share on many different other videos, but I'm going to make a video truly just about that for reference. Because I'm not going to explain it in every single video that it comes up in. Like, I'll just reference the video of this important game that if you really want to get into your evolutionary reign, that you should really apply to yourself and your life in every kind of way until you master that domain of shutting the fuck up. Very simple rules. I have been an accountability partner for many, and it has been a double-edged sword for me. And so in that process of learning and my own growth, the rules for the game became established from the times that it was used, and I had to establish boundaries and rules too, because it was a learning process, right? But it's an active tool that you can use, that you don't cost a thing, and you have it available to you at any given time. But either way, right? So Saturn in our lives, right? So, anyways, I guess what I was gonna say from before, um, if it comes back to me, it'll come back to me. Anyways, but like advice too for, you know, I'm talking so like superficially about Saturn being retrograde now. um, and so it's going to be a sobering retrograde experience. Even if you over there puff puff and getting hot, the reality of truth that Saturn gives to you is sombering. It will be, it would be foolish to not accept the wisdom of Saturn here, pushing you to be your strongest version of yourself. That's unfuckwithable. That is that is that is responsible, accountable, successful, um, grounded. Saturn is all about that grounding us, balanced in whatever we got going on for ourselves, wherever we are. And, you know, don't be discouraged by any of the challenges that you face, knowing this too shall pass. And instead of looking at it challengingly, look at it beneficially. What am I being taught that my stubborn ass is refusing to see, or challenged in not seeing? How is Saturn here helping me to sort out my priorities? Right? So this is an ideal time to pause and reflect, right? Introspect, right? It's this internal, in, yin build up. We can be so yang oriented, right? External, like reactive and 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 sloppy, or even weak in that approach because it has no substance, right? It's like a bat flying out of hell, like wildly and like all like crazy. I just had a whole bunch of questions like, but wait, but the bat, to us, it might appear that the bat flying out of hell might be wildly and crazy, but maybe it's order for the bat. Maybe it's structured more than we realize, because each of us are individual. Anyways, I didn't want to go into that. I was just trying to give an example of, you know, um, not being so reactive to the discipline or the lesson being taught here, and instead integrating that which is attempting to be taught to you, right? Because that was what I was gonna say from before, about Saturn, that people feel, a lot of humans that resist the Saturnian lessons, or learn the hard way and stuff, or look at Saturn as this like aggressor or problem, and that's, those with narcissistic tendencies that don't know how to hold themselves accountable for anything, and now they want to blame Saturn for all their problems in the world, like, you know what I mean, and inability to grow, like, or something like that, right? But Saturn, the truth of Saturn is beautiful, with all that strict discipline and application and tough love. It's tough love. It's to help you be the best fucking version of yourself in every possible way. It's helping you to realize your fullest potential and have you step up to the fucking plate. Because you're in alignment to this truth, to this marker of evolution that is you. It's just like before, going back to the beginning of this video where I said I stood prior to hitting record, like here, like blah, but then getting into the lessons of Saturn and its teaching, its strict teaching, right? In a feeling that I'm feeling blah, right? But there's nothing wrong with me. It's not like, oh, I need rest. Oh, you should rest. Or you should take a nap. Or maybe you didn't sleep well. Or none of those things. It's just a feeling, right? That has been energized this kind of way. And I just remember some other things too. But in the proper knock, and the door shall open, ask and ye shall receive, I always go back to those key points of guidance and direction in my own understanding, right? I know that if I'm not able to understand something, it's not that I'm not able to understand something, is I have yet to come into the full awareness of that which I'm not understanding. I have yet to come into ask myself the proper question that needs to be asked in order to open the door of truth that is waiting for me to knock and ask and receive, right? So, so I really like, I feel like, right? So Saturn in Aquarius at this time, right? It's all about making your world. So fine, granted, I spoke about it generally, just to speak about it astrologically. Aquarius, the sign of Aquarius representing the collective, the consensus, hold on a second. Right, so granted, right, because there's people that, like, I even had this, they're like, I don't give a fuck about. Where is she? But she, oh. Hold on. So some time has passed, and I don't remember where I left off at that. Even though we were talking about Saturn in every kind of way, I like these videos, that it doesn't have to just be about tarot and all this kind of stuff or whatever. But it's informative and it's opening, and so eat the fucking mana, you know what I mean? So anywho, what was I saying? I don't even know. but it was about Saturn. That I know, right? Right. I don't know if I got to the point of what I was saying about Saturn, although it might not appear to be, truly does want to reward you. You know what I mean? That is the whole plan. See, you might have a plan, and the plan might not be like what's the word I'm looking for? Like a architectural blueprint, right? But Saturn has the architectural blueprint. You know what I mean? You could have the vision, and Saturn comes with a plan that maybe hasn't been solidified in you yet. So going back to like the beginning of the video, when I was saying that I felt black and I didn't want to, like it took me a while to hit record, I introspected, reflected, and got to my truth. And it motivated me naturally too. So during these times of Saturnian clean house, right? You're being given a hold on. Quite some time has passed, so I'm just gonna try to get back into the group of whatever it is that I was saying to, just so that I can get to the point of that which this is all about, right? And so, one, the point is I felt I desire to do this. And leading up until right before hitting record, I really had no clue as to what I was even going to be recording. And then this whole Saturn came into light, and I was just like, okay, Saturn is retrograde, haha, for the next 4.5 months, right? So right, I think that's what I'm saying, kind of too. So I've come up and encountered, and I've had my moments. I've had my own personal moments of where, you know, in my own growth cycles, where things are challenging to deal with emotionally. Things are frustrating. Things can like hit so many lows. Like, when do we stick and stay in our highs? Like, you know, and so there have been many times that although I know and I'm in alignment with my truth of my purpose too, that it serves a greater collective whole. The work I do individually serves a greater good. But there are times and there are people too that don't give a fudge about the greater good that something's going to serve. And they don't care about any affiliation with that. Or to be associated with such things. That's not why they're moving. That's not why they're doing. That's not why they're evolving. That's not why they're growing. That's not their that's not their motivation. You know what I'm saying? It's not my motivation to either to fix the world. You get what I'm saying? But in my alignment of truth and alchemy too, the understanding of that understanding that is part of my overstanding, it's rather phenomenal to know that that's what happens too. Like, I'm solidified in that truth. So now it frees me to be able to be real, raw in all my growing pains. So like before, because I, you know, sometimes like the saying, when you know better, you do better. And sometimes I say if I'm not saying, this is not even an example, this is not even a real example, I'm just saying, and I have a crying fit, right? And like, fuck this shit, I'm feeling, and I don't know how to act destructively consciously. So I'm trying to be like destructive for me in terms of like in this example, right? So I could be crying hysterically and upset that something went down. And fuck this shit. Like, nah, like whatever. And someone can be near me who is rationale at this time. It's like it's okay, everything's gonna be okay, you know, be the bigger person, or fuck that shit, I don't want to be, right? Like you can have these moments too of real life happenings that you don't want to be the bigger person right now. You don't, you fuck the rule, like fuck what's right, I'm feeling right now. And so the challenge could be, to feel through those deals so you can heal, right? Granted, and all that kind of stuff. So, but the whole point of what I was trying to say about that was like this whole generalization of, Saturn being in the sign of Aquarius, um, and what that means, right? And Aquarius is in the general tone is to be understood of wanting to make the world a better place, right? So granted, that's the general aspect. So Saturn is traveling here in all of our lives for the next 4.5 months, right? Um, Executioner style. I don't want to say executioner style, but all right. So I'm trying to. All right, so Saturn, right, is rules like Saturn is a ruler, right? I'm trying to explain this as general and as simple as I can be, and bear with me because I'm unscripted. I know a lot of people prepare and a lot of this all kind of stuff. Granted, I'm sure that if I prepared one of my YouTube videos one day, how much organized and structured it can be and look and whatever the case may be. But Enchantress of Babblers, I'm okay. You want all that structure and order and all that kind of stuff? You can go to places and other channels that are wonderful and do that in that kind of way. I got a lot of Pisces in me and Aquarius too, you know what I'm saying? And all those kind of like Scorpionic Sagittarius and all these kind of things, energies that are just Leo, right? Who know, because those are fixed and they like presentation, stuff like that too. And I do too, but like whatever. Anyways, I had to dive into YouTube when I didn't feel ready, because I didn't have all the gadgets that I thought I needed in order to create a YouTube channel. And so I didn't find myself equipped enough. And so I wasn't grateful for the tools that I already had that I was gifted to use at those times and stuff like that. So I had to grow in my comfortability with no edits. And I'm glad I did, because that was hard for me because everybody's videos looks great. Everybody's sounds great. Everybody does all these cool little freaking effects and all this kind of shit. That looks great. I even played around with stuff like that too, but at the time, like the technology that I had too just wasn't as smooth as I would like it to be. And it just wasn't as simple for me at that time. And so I had to come out of the closet with very little equipment and just rock it out. And I'm glad, because I see all the wonderful, amazing talent and skill and time that people and the efforts that they make to the quality of videos that they upload and stuff like that for audience retention, attention, like, you know, and they do the research and they know the demographics and the what is it called? Algorithms and all that kind of stuff. I can learn all that stuff. and I do little stuff here and there when I want to, but the time and effort that it takes to do all this kind of thing, that's not my purpose. That's not what I'm here to do. Like, although I like it too, so if anybody ever wants to come and I'll edit and do all that for you, by all means. Sure. Sure. But until then, no filters, no nothing. Sometimes I turn on the light, sometimes I don't. And the Saturnian work in me has nothing to do about editing videos and presentation and that kind of degree. It's about the evolution of mana that channels through me that I'm supposed to set free. I'm supposed to let stream, breathe, seed, germinate, pollinate, big waves crashing to the shore. Let us grab you some more and bring you out to sea. Ah, velocity of Atlantis. Ah, that is you and that is me. Metaphorically. Okay, but either way, yeah. So what was I saying? Right, so no. Hey, I get so like overly communicative in my own explanations as to why I do certain things or how I am, stuff like that, in the buildup of it's because I have to I can't assume that those that are watching at this moment in time that you've even ever watched any of my other videos too. This might be the first time you come in this room, you're like, whoa, like, you know, I thought we were gonna do cars and I thought we were gonna do this. Like, don't ever hold me to any kind of standard of any kind of it or this. I switch up, I change. I'm multi-dimensional in every kind of way, and schmooze I have for days. So an artist I am in every kind of way. Like, my artsy fartsy comes in different kind of way, like in terms of my expression, like, you know, my poetry, my coloring, my artsy, like my creations. I make things and all this kind of stuff. So that's where I, you know, travel to, that I enjoy doing that extra time and stuff. But in the meantime, you know, I just have to um, I'm grateful for the growth that I have had in terms of recording, and just whether I'm a hot mess, cute, whatever the case may be, I'm comfortable in my truth and in my alignment with me and how I am, and secure and confident in me. Like, my quality of video is not any less quality than someone that edits. Like, fuck out of here with that bullshit. It might be more aesthetically pleasing to those that are into that kind of aesthetic, but the mana that's here is something different. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, if you want to be all like aesthetically pleased, then meet me in person. You know what I mean? Because I'm as cute as can be. The consensus agrees. Even when they don't like me, they're like, she's cute. I know. Gosh, maybe that's you too. Right? Getting into the power of your cute, of your truth, of your power, of your empowerment, of your strength, of your position. Position. Saturn is here to help you with your position. For those of you that stayed through, like, we're going to get through this too. I know I can babble on, but there's mana in here for you, pockets of wisdom too. Saturn too. So that was the whole point of, like, even the beginning of the video when I was saying that I was a human record. And then I got to the bottom of my truth, and that motivated me some more. And so I just got to the recording because I knew that once I hit the record, it was just going to start rolling from there, which is truth, right? Right? So Saturn here, right? So here we go. So Saturn, fine. You don't give a fudge about the collective whole. But your only concern is for yourself and for yours and what you got. Doesn't make you a bad person to be selfish at this time, because if you ain't right, nothing in your life ain't right. You understand that? That it goes with the saying that I had said. I said, if mama ain't right, nothing ain't right. And that's just me as a divine feminine energy here, holding on the fort in many kind of multidimensional realities that I've had to experience in my life, right? Independence, single mother, right? Black sheep, minority, all these, being a woman in this world, right? Securing my own bank security, getting through my own trauma, conditioning, behavioral patterns, and addictions, and all these, things, and working through, and all this kind of stuff that it brings, right? Whatever. Anyway, so you putting yourself first is essential. It's needed, and don't feel bad about it. Even if you have younger children that you're still caring for, don't feel bad for putting yourself first, even though your children will push you to the limit. Push you there. They will test you, they will push you, and they will need you. And granted, it is your responsibility as their parent to be that anchor of support, love, and beacon of strength that they need. But how you gonna do that if you ain't right? Energy. There are a lot of parents out there taking out their frustrations on their children. They're mean as can be, thinking that and the lack of their own control in their own lives shows in the way that they discipline their kids or act or speak towards them too. And again, I'm not passing any judgment either too, because like I said, and how I've said in other videos as well, my daughter and I, even though she's just turned 21 and stuff like that, in our astrological configurations, we are polar opposites in many kind of degrees, both in Vedic and Western astrology, sidereal astrology, and Western astrology. And so where you thought it was peaches and creams all the time, you know what I mean? And didn't I reference and say that when she was younger and stuff like that, I used to say that she was Stewie from Family Guy, hating her mother and was like, why? Again, my sensitivities, and also growing through growing pains, both she and I, and it was challenging raising her by myself in that kind of department, right? So anyways, the whole point of that is you here, maybe you're a parent too, or maybe you're not a parent, but either way, maybe you just for so long have put so many other people ahead of your own needs, right? And so Saturn being here, you know what I mean? And if it's not putting others ahead of your own needs, it's having so many distractions that kept you from being as disciplined as you know you need to be or want to be when you get to the root of that which you want to create for you. Because no matter where you are in the position of creating and manifesting for yourself in your life, your ability to manifest can be easily determined by your attitude, one, and your current way of doing things. Period. Anyways, so if you're not right here within, everything outside of you, no matter how it can appear too, and people misconstrue too, they'd be like, oh, that person has everything they need. They don't even need it. They have money, they have a career, they have a success, and all this kind of stuff. And so there'll be people struggling and seeing a person having challenges or struggling too, but they're well off and all this kind of stuff. And they're like, oh, what did they, do? We all have stuff that if it comes up in our development, evolution, for healing, it doesn't matter what you have already in your life. Nobody's exempt from learning and growing and evolving. So whether you're a millionaire, billionaire, or broke, all of us have something to contribute to the whole. But let's say you don't care about the whole. That's where we need to get right with our parts, right? Our pieces, our energy, right? I'm big on energy management, right? I'm a big advocate of that, okay? If you're not right within, how you gonna win? You know what I'm saying? Right? We get a little like, what is it, Lauren Hill? Right? Fuji up in here. But, right, so granted, so let's look at this metaphorically, symbolically, collectively, and then individually. The Saturn, right, planet, how are we going to look at this astrologically? Saturn is a ruler. So Saturn is like a god. Okay. So when God shows up, right, it's just an aspect of God in Saturnian energy. So Saturn is a god, right? And we, the human, or the soul having a human experience, right, are discovering our God. I'm gonna not even go deep into that because then people will bring religion and beliefs and all those kind of things, and this is not that, okay? So Saturn is a god, a ruler, right? And the signs, every sign is a teacher of a certain chapter of something. Okay? Work with me here. So Saturn rules order, structure. I just like, okay, no. Saturn rules restrictions, right? Law, order, justice, karma, right? Boundaries. And all those kind of things that deal with hard work, plans, structure, grounding, and everything that requires everything that is required. Saturn rules everything that is required and needed in order to successfully, in full alchemy and alignment, create something that will be masterful or successful and balanced. Balance is a good word because Saturn is all about finding the balance to everything and anything, right? So this is the God that has come to Earth, right? And he brought with him Aquarius, the teacher, who is in charge of making the world a better place. So Saturn, the god, is here with Aquarius, the teacher, for 4.5 months. Now, as I have characterized the representation of these two energies, Saturn and Aquarius, right? I have helped you understand what Saturn represents and what Aquarius represents. This is just generally speaking, right? As characterized as each of these things are in representation of Saturn and Aquarius, right? It's still very broad in terms of how this can play out. And so this is what I mean about individualism, right? Where Saturn here visiting me for 4.5 months with Aquarius is here to teach me where I am at on my evolution, certain other kind of things that are going to further develop and enhance where I'm at now, is not going to be the same for you or someone else too, right? So although Saturn is strongly associated with position, power, like I think of Saturn like the Emperor card, kind of, although the Emperor is man, but he's the embodiment of all kings, right? Making him godly in that kind of light of power for Earth, right? And although Saturn is all about that leveling of empowerment and power and balance, where it's going to apply for you wherever you are right now, might be in your career department, could be in your family dynamic department, could be in your value department, could be in your virtue department. Could be in your relationship department too. It's going to affect every aspect of you, but it's focused in these departments, different pieces that are being ironed out here. In these bear with me. In these pieces, wherever it is strongest for you at this time in your evolution, Saturn is here with Aquarius to make your world a better place. So granted, you may not give a fudge about collective. Oh, it's all about making the world a better place. So let's not look at it like that then. Let's look at it selfishly. Saturn and Aquarius are here to help make your world a better And it may possibly, depending on where you are and what it's about, and it can be a challenge, right? Because it's going to challenge you to rise and conquer that which is a struggle, right? But at the same time, like, you know, it's about asking yourself, what lesson Saturn needs and wants you to learn, and understanding that from that perspective, and using the philosophies of the teachers, Aquarius, right? Because so the thing to understand about Aquarius is like adding Aquarius's touch to your elements, right? So the sign of Aquarius, right, just on a general speaking term, the teacher that's coming into your home with God, right, with the God, right, that's here to make sure that you're learning from the teacher, obeying, applying, right? Because Saturn is about karma and justice and balance. So let's say Saturn's up in your crib, in your house, and Aquarius is giving the lesson, and Saturn sees that you just rolling your eyes and you are like letting it go in one ear and out the other, and you're not learning your lesson at this time. Well, karma plays into this because it's your karmic lesson that must be learned. It's not that Saturn's giving you the bad karma, it's you're giving it to yourself by that which you're doing and executing. You get what I'm saying? So it's like a matter of, like, you know, how you want it to be. But either way, like when you think about stop, right? Aquarius, right? The sign, right? It's about community, unity, right? So if Saturn and Aquarius are here to make your world a better place, how are they helping your community unify? So your community might be just you. You could be single too, or you could be a parent, or you can be a spouse, or you can have a business, or you can be a famous person. Stop! Wait, hold on. He wants. I know he. Hold on. He wanted me to give him bones, and so he kept nipping my toes. So do you see what I mean? Like, we have responsibilities that we have to tend to. They're my pets. He's my pet, so it's my responsibility to tend to his needs, right? It doesn't take away, like, you could be a parent with younger children, right? Like, so it's like I like the other day we were at the dentist, and my daughter's 21. And although she's a dependent and I am responsible for Shuey, and I take care of both her and I, she's 21. When I was 21, I was already a mother. And so when I went to any doctor or school or anything that I did everything myself, right? So, so like it's it's like this weaning process, right? So it's like she's still my responsibility. And I know I'm using a bad example because she's 21. But let's say she was 8 and we're at the doctor's office. This is my responsibility to fill out all this paperwork, right? But meanwhile, at 21, I'm filling out all the paperwork and telling her to sign. You get what I'm saying? Like, anyway, like, I don't even know what I was saying there. But it's like Saturn's gonna keep on, like my dog right now. He kept love biting my toe and the tickle, and I'm here trying to tell him to stop. But excitedly, he kept nipping at my toes because he wanted something, right? So that's like Saturn. You can look at it like a playful dog that is not so playful. Because it wants you to tend to the details, right? So you can perceive it in the degree of severity that you choose to see it on. But like, um, I just feel like although Saturn is so associated, is associated with like this karma justice, like balancing act that can be very stressful for many if they are resisting Saturn um, lessons. So it could be somebody that is not even into like astrology, knows nothing about any of this kind of shit. And right now, let's say they know nothing about Saturn retrograde. They're in the highlight of their career. And right now, although their career is taking off or whatever, they just dealt with uh, a family member, right? And then after that, they dealt with somebody like just getting the brunt of everybody's work and problems. Like this person is like the go-to, like the director, the fixer upper, right? Of all things and all this kind of stuff. And they're not into astrology. They know nothing about any of this kind of influences and placements and all that kind of stuff. And they keep encountering like a brick wall after brick wall after brick wall. Like it's like of annoyances outside of themselves, not necessarily with them, but just with everything else around them. Like, so in that, if they were to analyze, might be a theme that keeps showing up that they're missing. So let's say this person is emotionally detached from their feelings and all these things that are like coming at them, crashing to shore, all are in regards to emotion. And so like let's say they're having employees come to them for conflict that they're having with other employees that might be drama or like causing these employees to get emotional, and this person has to stand as the I don't want to say referee because nobody's fighting here, but like the what's the word I'm looking for? The what's the word I'm looking for? Um, I know Mercury is no longer in retrograde, and I'm not gonna blame it on Mercury retrograde, but I'm telling you, I did cool fine during Mercury's retrograde, like even in my own communication. Sometimes when people be talking crap about Mercury retrograde, I feel like my communication improves, but the in the shadow aspects of it, like when it's leaving or when it's first arriving, but it's not here, I get like this. I'm just noting an observation, and that's it. I'm not saying it's that or this. I'm just noting that every single time in the shadow aspects of it, like when it's dwindling or coming, like I get all like tongue tied. I'm like, whatever. But during it, I'd be good. Anyway, so what was I saying? So, what's the whole point? What was the example that I was even giving? So this person is getting the tsunami all around them that is charged up um, emotional energy too, right? So Saturn and Aquarius are here, and they don't even know that Saturn and Aquarius are here, right? And mind you, it's showing up for them in their personal life, in their career life, and all this kind of stuff. So Saturn, the ruler, the god, to make sure that the karma finds its justice. And we're not calling karma good or bad. That's up for debate and matter of interpretation and person's placement. Saturn is not labeling karma good or bad. It's working on its balance. So one is not exceedingly more so than the other. It's balanced, right? So this person who might be detached from their emotions, right? Because they're so focused on their career, their ambitions, their and these are the things that are of value to them, and all these kind of things. And mind you, the balancing act of the karma is now in the emotional department. So their security and foundation, which they have worked on and built and have grounded into their reality of, of, of experience, is now shaken up because the karma for it wasn't balanced. And it wasn't so much that it was led imbalanced, it just was led one-sided. But mind you, to make everything whole, wholes have parts, and each part has a filling. You get what I'm saying? So the justice comes from that. And so this person might be completely fucking oblivious. And then out of nowhere, just naturally so, they have a emotional breakdown with someone that they trust. And in this emotional breakdown, right, the Saturn is here and Aquarius is here, they receive all the epiphanies and clarity, and the person that they're sharing the space with of vulnerability and opening up to and breaking down that kind of way is allowing them that space to feel, heal, and express and get to that level of learning from that which is trying to be shown to them to create the balance that they need, and they just get it. You know what I mean? It was not the greatest example of whatever, because I don't want it to be like, oh, you have to be into this kind of things for it to have any kind of effect on you. You cannot be into any of these kind of things, and it still has this fucking effect on you. It's just a matter of identifying that too and seeing its lessons here for you in that kind of, department sector of life, because Saturn is the lord of structure, of discipline. It is an authority, right? Ruling, karma, period. And so, and karma, like many people think of karma, do unto others as you would have to do to you, because if not, it's going to come back to you and all that kind of stuff. That's a piece of karma. But karma in itself, here we go. Hold on. Oh, no, don't, no. I like this, right. So for karma, right? Good deeds create positive karma, and bad ones create negative karma, right? So if Saturn is the authority behind karma, bringing in justice, right? So for example, the example that I gave with the person who is ambitious in their career and is a director and fixer for all the other energies external from it, who's having their own Saturn retrograde moments that they're bringing to this person and all this kind of stuff. Like this person, obviously, one might say, oh my, they have built good karma for themselves for being, this good person to others and being there for people. So like, for instance, like, people be like, oh, I'm such a good person. How come I don't get the same in return? Someone might say, how is that my karma? But that's because you're understanding the karma from a peace perspective, right? So karma is neither good nor bad, right? But positive and negative are things that we collect, like, from all acts, right? So all acts that we do, right? Because it even says, like, says positive karma will lead good fortune and a blessed life. Negative karma will lead to misfortune and suffering. Yet people are usually not aware of the influence of karma in their own lives, right? Because you can, it's so macro in concept that I'm trying to micro it down, like, and so everything has karma points, so to speak. Everything that you do, think, feel, say, grow, all these things have karma points, so to speak. Please apply that loosely. But it's just a macro concept into a micro part that I'm just trying to, like, overly emphasize and explain. Okay? So everything has the potential to create karma points. So by understanding that, right, then you have to understand that the multidimensional reality of that is far deeper than even sometimes we are conscious of. So for example, the person saying, I don't believe in karma because bad things happen to good people, right? And I'm not going to go into, a person bringing this on to themselves and all this kind of stuff that people would want to argue and all this kind of, just for simplicity purposes of this macro concept into a micro part. I'm only trying my best to really help you to really shift perspectives here if this is a challenge of yours. So for somebody here that is catching this, might struggle with that concept of bitterness that will breed if you haven't yet to find the acceptance of the karma that you feel that you have been wrongfully displayed or given in some kind of way because of the good that you perceive yourself to do and all this kind of stuff too. But there's so many dimensions to that too. So right. So let's say you have always put others before you. And that has been your way, and you don't do it for recognition, and you don't do it for all the wrong reasons. You do it because you genuinely feel guided, called, led to do as you do, and you just naturally are this person, this good person to so many. And And unfortunately, let's say, that never really rewarded you in a way that you should be rewarded. And let's say maybe you've had, it's a hard knock life for us. It's a hard knock life for us, right? And it hasn't been easy. And the perception of that, whether you have said it out loud, is good deeds can go unnoticed. Because, hey, look at me, right? So now I ask of you to dive into this concept of karma point and how this lesson or teaching can be applied for you in your own alignment and truth, right? So that you can shift and move that we're stuck in view, right? So we've done all these good deeds and you've been there for others in so many countless ways that have gone unrecognized in so many ways, and people have used you, abused you, mistreated you, counted you out, totally like, just didn't pay you back in kind. Not that that's what you were expecting at any given time, right? But that's Saturn, karma, lesson. One can stay lost in the victimization of that kind of leveling of thought. But karma is all about, well, karma is something that we can collect and gather. It's a human coined term to understand certain kind of makings of things energetically that maybe we can't see, but we experience in some kind of way. Saturn, right, the ruler of the authority of karma, making sure that there's balance and justice, comes in, and here you are, being there for everyone, because that's the kind of wonderful being that you are. And meanwhile, inside, dishonest with yourself in many kind of ways about the incomplete feelings that over time this role of yours has taken and has caused, whether you are conscious of it or not, or whether you dwell on it or not, it has made you feel a leveling of insignificance for real. Because where's karma's wheel for me, right? Who does all these wonderful things, and it's not, and again, a lot of people that are humanitarian and like I can give you the shirts off their back without a train of thought or resistance, because it's just in their nature to do these kind of things. These kind of people find it hard to acknowledge the side of themselves that is disappointed with the treatment that they receive from others, because then they have the misconception in their mind that complaining about that kind of stuff takes away from the good that they're doing because they're not doing it. But that's like a brutal death, right? Because you're not acknowledging you're upset, and then you keep on doing what you feel is the greater good for the all, and so you sacrifice. You're like the sacrificial lamb and put your feelings to the side and continue to do it anyways, despite how it makes you feel inside. And for some, that can be apparent, and for others, it may be so dormant inside their system that they forgot that they exist. So here comes Saturn with its chosen teacher at this time, Aquarius, here to make your world a better place. And now you can see it from the lost perspective of all the things you don't get and you don't receive. And so you might be hit with more harsher realities and more mistreatments or more things or people not being so nice or something else coming into light. And you're like, Saturn, how does this make this right? And Saturn's like, take a look at Aquarius, the teacher, the water bearer, the only human in astrology, the only symbol of a human in astrology. And it's holding the water bearer, right? Is it Aquarius is holding? Let me look at the sign of Aquarius. Aquarius. Right, and he's pouring the water onto Earth, right? He's pouring the water onto Earth, right? Which is kind of like what would be the lesson for the person that, which is an example of, that may have been overvaluing others more so than themselves, creating an imbalance, a toxicity, a negative karma to be built. And so Saturn and Aquarius would be here to help you see yourself through with authority too, and it might be hurtful to you, right? So it could be like a tower moment for some when Saturn comes in, because Saturn will come and bring the whole infrastructure, the whole house down. Especially if you are refusing to see while Saturn is here visiting. It's like, wait a minute, you don't see me? Crash! Castle comes crumbling down. Now you got to rebuild this from start. And you also got to find the clues that you were missing. But here I am, here with the blueprint for you to help you to do this, right? Tending to the details in every kind of way. So I'm just, the whole point of it that I'm trying to say is, like, although it might be in, like, Saturn's strongly associated with, you know, your values, your virtues, your career, and that kind of sector of grounding here on Earth, don't think that it has nothing to do with intimacy, relationships, and these kind of monumental partnerings and and experiences in our life. Like it's not just getting very distracted because my dog is doing something. Hold on a second. It doesn't have to be so harsh. It could be something so simple as you have been seeking guidance on how to start your business, and now you meet a person who is a successful entrepreneur who happens to like you and is here to be your friend and guide you in this direction. You know what I mean? Like it doesn't matter. It's about the balancing act of whatever good deeds. I don't want to say good. whatever positive or negative energies of creation you have built or have, well, or are dealing with for yourself right now. So, you know, and it's going over the details of your plan and why is that your plan. So I feel like a big important question to add to the Saturn being retrograde experience is why. When you come to a conclusion about something in regards to whatever it is that you're doing, whatever you're going to invest in, whatever you are investing your time, energy in, why? So it's like me for this video. Like, why? Why do I create? Why am I wasting my energy? And it's not wasting, I'm just saying, why am I doing this? Why? What is my truth about this? And why? And it's just like, you know, because as much as I have went all over the place with Saturn and just talking about Saturn and all this kind of stuff, I just really feel like, you know, this is a good place to start. Like, I'm not here to give you your answers, but I am here to spark your interest more to want to get to your answers, right? But that's not why I'm here, right? So for many of you, I feel too, and I was gonna say for many of you, I feel too that the resurrection of you in whatever it is that you're doing and creating and building for yourself now is kind of the path to your own making your world a better place that you have an opportunity to be a part of here, right? So am I afraid to be seen, right? So the world doesn't want you to hold back any longer. Time to shine your unique light on the wall. You were made from love, and from love you are whole. There is no more hiding. There is no more shame. Oh. There's no more shame. There's only truth. Live naked and free. So I'm going to be very honest here too. So this nervousness and yawning comes from my overthinking in my mind because I know that this video right here is a challenge for me to share at this time because I am overthinking my life. And I know that this video is going to probably be more than 2 hours to 3 hours long. I know I went all over the place with them. And I know that part of my challenge and my growth is even my own ability to just express free, unscripted too, to see without judgments from me or comparing myself and how I do what I do to anybody else on this motherfucking planet, right? But we can help ourselves sometimes. And so because oftentimes I don't play these things back, and even though I timestamp and do all that kind of stuff, I do a lot of like stuff like this and stuff to help me to timestamp and get through. So a lot of the times I'm not listening to, although there are ones that Spirit makes me listen to, like listen to what you guys say. You know, there's stuff for you to learn in that kind of way. I'm still not I'm not fully there and being able to really play back and watch me from start to finish. And plus, I don't have time. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I'm creating the material and stuff like that. But anyway, I feel like this is a lot of babbling. And so it makes me second guess and it makes me question what's the point of sharing. to, you know, this is just what I'm just sharing, right? But it's not even about that. It's the balancing act, right? Between this win and loss, between this good and bad, between this, you know, what I value, what are my virtues, and what is my statement piece with me. You know what I'm saying? And so I'm here, I'm naked and free, and you know, and that's also part of my journey of my balancing and being comfortable with myself in every setting, on every stage, in every color, in every way, no matter whom I show up as today. This balancing act for myself is something that I have been diligently working on, even when it has not gone in my favor. Like even with this recent contest that I was in and the vulnerability that was required of me in order to even allow myself the opportunity to participate and put myself out there in that kind of way. And not making it and still being okay. You know what I'm saying? Because there was other karmic balances happening for me at this time. And I'm so grateful to have been able to see and understand, overstand what was happening on a greater command. But that's part of my path, my lesson of knowing that I don't mind knowing that the work that I do individually contributes collectively. I'm just conscious of that, and so I'm aware of that, and so I stay true to that because I believe that that applies to us all, not just me. Everything that you do contributes to the collective, but no pressure. Right. So right. Okay. So right. And I did write this down. So what is holding you back from living your greatest life right now? I feel like that Saturn is working on us, with us. For those of you that do tap in, turn on, tune in. I'm not talking to every motherfucking body because my channel is not for everybody. It is for everybody, but at different spaces, times, and dimensions of reality for the people that do tap in, turn on, tune in. But I feel like that is where Saturn is going to be working with you. And Aquarius, right? The leader, the innovator, the visionary, the 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 mascot for the collective human, right? Is here to to live authentically, activating in truth and wisdom. And you know, because I just got another insight. Right? Like, so this might freaking, oh my god, I apologize if I make you even more confused, but that's good. Do the research and find your passions or ask me questions so I can address another time, or do your own research, you know, and get into your own grind of information at this time. You know what I mean? Don't rely on other sources to be the executioner of information to you or deliverer of absolute truths for you and all this kind of shit. Like, anyways, I don't know where I was going with that. But what was I gonna say? Aquarius, the sign of Aquarius. So I have my own theories in astrology and some kind of things. astrologically, like, and this is going over the traditional astrological zodiac signs, 12 astrological zodiac signs. I'm not talking about Ophiuchus and 13th sign and all this other kind of stuff. I'm not going there. I'm not speaking there. I'm just speaking traditionally in our conditioned environment of understanding astrology, whether it be sidereal, Vedic, or Western. There's 12 signs in the zodiac, right? And all agree that beginning with Aries as the first sign of the zodiac, down to the 12th sign of the zodiac, which is Pisces, right? To Aquarius being the 11th sign of the zodiac, right? And so the way that I just want to quickly explain, so if we were gonna speak of this astrological signs as one person, the birth of one human, right? It'll start off at Aries, evolve into Taurus, evolve into Gemini, evolve into Cancer, evolve into Leo, evolve into Virgo, evolve into Libra, evolve into Scorpio, evolve into Sag, evolve into Capricorn, evolve into Aquarius, evolve into Pisces, right? And it's the evolution happens with each evolution of each sign growing balance, ideally, right? So when you get to the sign of Aquarius, right, and it's interesting because it's the first, it's the only astrological sign that is of a human, right, man, and all the other astrological signs are represented by animals, right, and stuff like that, right? So the symbology of animal to man and it being the water bearer, it's with compassion that I speak about it, just because I think about the weight of that sign, role, the visionary, right? Aquarian's quest to make the world a better place by righteously pouring waters onto the land in a karmically balanced way, right? Aquarians, the sign of Aquarians is the humanitarian of the zodiac, the quest for the greater good of the all. But one of the shadow elements that I have spoken about, I just don't know where. It could be on these videos, it could be in real life, it could be whatever. Or just, and two, because I have clients that are Aquarian, so I have strong Aquarius in the chart. That as well. And I have strong Aquarius in my chart too. But part of the life journey for this astrological sign is discovering their identity, their own identity. And so this is where in real life, right, with Aquarians, we're more than one sign, so you can't just go off of the person's sun sign and all this kind of stuff. But Aquarians, there's a point where people with strong Aquarius placements in their chart, and depending on the year that they were born and stuff like that, but like, all right, I'm gonna go with the older generation of Aquarians, that's what I'll say. There is a identity crisis that they all experience in one way or another. And it's 50-50. Some figure it out and some don't. Right? Because they transform from animal to human and are asked to unify all parts of these animals into this human being in order to rule the land, the waters, and so Saturn here with Aquarius, right, is kind of like getting to that identity crisis aspect of self, that identification of you in all that you do, in all that you're associated with, right? In your career, in your family life, in your friendship circle, in your portfolios, you know, I guess I heard portfolios, in your quest for truth, knowledge, right? And influence. So like a big thing that I feel too, like with this whole Saturn and Aquarius placement here, like for real, it's like an ego, surrendering to the ego of of personal glory, which is a challenge when you're evolving or overcoming or discovering or healing an identity crisis, or coming into your own, learning what you're really about. So this is like a middle-aged man having built a life, a career, doing one particular thing and being so successful at it, reaching the age of, let's say, just I'm saying 50, to now question everything and have this huge identity crisis of self, and have to, and then find themselves spiraling into this discovery zone of new that can be scary for many too, especially when your Aquarius is a fixed sign, right? So they're not so willing to accept change. It's like a walking contradiction to be the visionary, to be the leader in this realm, in this department, and also be less inclined to want to change or to embrace change. So the dynamics that are at work here, right? And Saturn is also ruler of Capricorn as well, right? So Capricorn is the 10th sign of the zodiac. Aquarius is the 11th. So by the time Saturn has gotten to Aquarius, it had already went through Capricorn. And so the sign of Capricorn, right, and all of its associations and affiliations with worldly success and how one is seen in this world circles over into Aquarius, right? Evolving from goat to man, and asking that man to lead the way, right? So this identification, right? So like going back to the beginning of this video when I was saying that I was feeling like blah, and it took me a while to hit record. What's holding me back from living my greatest, right? And usually it's myself, right? When I ask myself these things. So like, what's holding me back? I am. Why? Where? When? Right? So these are lessons. Saturn's here to help us better understand, so that we don't have to be hindered in our progress. Understanding that this is all a process, right? And Saturn has just a wonderful way of leading and teaching this leveling of structure that is needed. And so it's like, it's not Grandpa Jupiter all full of, yeah, let's party and learn things and expand. You know what I mean? Yeah, it's expensive, you see. But Saturn's here to sober you up, because it wants you to learn the true meaning of responsibility. And in that, it's karmic reward. So letting go of karma, your idea of karma, right? We can, oh, hold on. Ah! Anyways, so, Saturn doesn't want you to hold back anymore. Saturn doesn't want to limit you, even though it limits you oftentimes in its teaching. So like, let's say you're waiting for a raise or a promotion in some kind of way, and Saturn's around, there may be delays, especially if the Justice Department has yet to be made clear or be served. You know what I'm saying? Right, because right. So what is holding you back from living your greatest, right? So Saturn in Aquarius is all about your social circle building skills too, and environment, right? And the philanthropy of that which you breed, seed, right? Your vision for the future, your future, and what that looks like. And if you cannot see with clarity what your future holds, granted, you know, it's subject for change, growth, or whatever, but to have no concept or idea in mind, and yet you're so driven to do certain kind of things in your life, Saturn's here to help you balance that out. So if you're driven by conditioning, behavioral patterns, and all this kind of stuff, and you're just doing and you're reacting and you're just doing and you're just like cycling that which you're just always accustomed to doing, and something is off for you as you feel, right? Saturn's here to awaken you to the truth for real, right? So the world doesn't want you to hold back any longer, right? Time to shine your unique light on the world. You are made from love, and from love you are whole. There is no more hiding, there is no more shame, there is only truth. Live naked and free. Today's soul truth. What parts of me do I hide so I can be socially accepted and fit in? That's so much of that going on too. Going back to even what I was talking about with my website, right? The parts of myself that I hide, right? So that I'm saying that I meet different kinds of people from all walks of life that I work with, and I have gotten the privilege to work with and learn from. It even took away my judgmental with certain kind of assumptions or assessments that I had come to due to my conditioning, my reactiveness to certain things, and whatever. Anyway, right. So the witchy part, right? The witchy utopian. What's my website? witchyutopian.com. Okay? So like for instance, right, I at one of the Jewish schools that I teach at, right? Okay. Like for instance, this particular school that I teach at, I've been teaching there for years. And when I first got this location, I was subbing. I was the substitute for a teacher that had taught there, and she too was Jewish. Okay, this is a Jewish school, and again, I'm not saying anything. I have respect for all walks of life. Okay, but these are because there's different Jewish denominations too. I believe these are Hasidic Jews. Again, I don't know the fundamentalisms of these things, but based on their attire, you can see. Like when I worked in the fashion industry, and the families and the owners were Jewish, they were not Hasidic. They were a different kind. Like can't remember the name right now. Like, but you get what I mean. So there is a stigma to a lot of this world that we live in, and judgments and all this kind of stuff. So for me, when I went to this location of the school, I didn't think much of it. I just knew where I was going. I knew what I had to do. And again, I work and have worked with all different kinds of people from all different walks of life. And so I really don't hold much thought about it all, right? Sure. I know that it might look like I'm just recording in leisure, but I'm working. And most of the times during these hours when I'm recording and stuff like that, my phone be going nuts. And so I had it on silent, the siren. I looked it right down on my phone because I haven't really looked at it. I'm like, oh my God. Okay, so I gotta start wrapping this all up too. So what was I saying about that? Oh, right. So what about the Jews? So we all have like sometimes limiting mindsets of ways that we think or we believe that really doesn't mean it's truth. You know what I mean? Even though it can apply to certain kind of things, right? So up until I taught at this location as a sub, right? The teacher that was there was the teacher that has taught at this location for a couple of years. She's an older teacher who is who's retired from whatever other field of work she was, so like really much older, and she now doesn't teach at all. And that was kind of like, it's kind of like a blessing in disguise, right? Because I, not knowing anything about her life at that time, was unaware too of her lack of not wanting to be committed as a teacher anymore either, right? I didn't know that. Okay, I'm just sharing with you. I learned it later. But when I subbed this at this location, um, they loved me. All of them, teachers, students, loved me. Loved me so much that they got in contact with the founder, the yoga that I teach, saying that they no longer wanted the teacher that they had and would love it if I can be the new teacher to teach at this location. Now, as great of an opportunity as that was for me, I don't want to step on any toes, and I'm not trying to take anybody's job. I was just subbing because she couldn't teach that day. And I'm like, whoa, and shocking too because of the the oh, right. But due to ignorance, right? I want to say, in regards to my own perception and view, and just understanding of certain kind of things, especially from my life experience and certain things that have just come into my experience, or people claiming these things to be true, like you know what I mean. Um, and just from my own experiences of certain kind of things, like in certain areas in Brooklyn that I have family in that live in certain areas that have, like the Hasidic Jews and all this kind of stuff, and just the way that they might treat minorities and all this kind of stuff, and just my observations of these kind of things. I never have witnessed a group of people such as them to be so welcoming to, especially a minority or someone like me who is eccentric too as can be. I don't fit the even the traditional setting of yoga teachers that the founder has representing her children's school of yoga. You get what I mean? Like, I am different, you know what I'm saying? And I also have visible tattoos, and when I went to this place, I was advised, like, to cover up the tattoos that I can. At the time, I can't wear, like, tanks, I can't show my arms, like, there's certain rules that, that you have to abide and follow. So, and it's as equator as I can possibly equator be. I don't, no. You know what I'm saying? So it was a shock to me when they were requesting me and didn't want the other teacher anymore. And the other teacher, thankfully and luckily, didn't want it anymore either. So it just ended up working out magnificently in my favor. And it allowed the teacher to finally let go of one of the last schools that she had committed herself to, and just because there was no other teacher that would take that area because of it's where it's located. um I was willing to, and I gave the money. It's great money, you know what I'm saying? And so that's how I was looking at it at that time. And so flash forward years later, like you know um Flash forward years later, like, what's the whole point of all of that? I keep breaking. Um, Flash forward to, you know, a few years later, I'm still the teacher at that location and stuff like that. And I have learned a lot from my interactions with all of them too and stuff like that. And um, that limiting view that I had leading up to the welcoming experience that I have from them. Granted, there are major differences in our lifestyles, belief systems, and all this kind of stuff. And granted, there are certain things that, you know, certain groups in the same community will always stick to their kind in certain kind of ways. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not taking away from that aspect of life in that kind of way, but the limiting um, the limitations that existed within my own subconscious that I was not aware of, that could have been very limiting. Like, also too, like in terms of like when I used to when I got into the fashion industry, right, all those years ago, um, when I went into, even though like I was very ambitious back then and stuff like that, and I interviewed really well, and I'm very confident in the interviewing process, and that is helpful and has been helpful for me in terms of, you know, landing job opportunities and stuff like that. Like, you know, I don't remove those factors that come into play, and then, you know, when you wear the perfect killer interview outfit, and who's not gonna hire you in that kind of way, right? Whatever. But like prior to my foot in the door into the fashion industry, like when I first interviewed for that women's lingerie company, my first door into the fashion industry, and I went into this building, okay, in the heart of the fashion district, and I was confident up until I stepped inside. Because my outfit was bam to kill for, my resume was on fire, and I have great interviewing skills. But when I stepped into this company's business and the building that it was in, and the aesthetically gorgeous um, design, like when you walk in and the class, and like nothing that I had up until that point had ever worked in such a fancy environment or industry. And the people that were there, I think I got to see like 2 people that were there for interviews too, and they looked the part too, and older than me too, right? It just seemed like, again, I was being ignorant to what these people were looking for. So I was being judgmental and limiting to myself at that point. that I didn't think I was gonna get that job. Just because one, it's how dope would it be to be in this fashion industry? I didn't even go to school for it. I have friends of mine at that time, no longer friends of mine, but who were in college and in school and went to school for FIT and Fashion Institute of Technology and all this kind of stuff, and couldn't get a job in the fashion industry because that's how cutthroat and like if you didn't know someone, it was very hard to get into. Right? So here I am. I got sent to this interview from this job recruiter's office that happened wasn't this wasn't planned. I walked into this job recruiter place and the guy fell in love with me and sent me to this place and he said, I have the perfect job for you, and he like hyped me up and like prepped me and motivated me and was like, you got this and telling me my strong selling points even though I have no fashion experience. I'm like, okay, right? And then usually I had my own statistics in my mind of my own interviewing process at this time in my life where I'm like, if I interview with a man, I definitely got the job. And with women, it's like 50-50, depending on the woman, right? So in this interview, the HR was a woman, an African American woman, and dressed to the nines and had an air of like, I really liked her. Her name was Carol. But you know, when you're interviewing for a job and you're in this place that you feel now out of place because you have no experience and no schooling, no educational background in this, and you're like, what the fuck are we doing in this place? Like, you know, like, and then this woman, so like confident, so dressed, like amazing, like you felt her presence and you knew she was important. And so when she first came on and she looked serious as can be, like I would want to say, I don't know her sign, I can't remember it at this time. I want to go earth sign, possibly earth sign, because my boss that I got hired from, and when I got hired, I could end up getting a job, right? And I worked under another female, Christine. She was the Aries, and we got along really, really well. Anyways, when I saw her, I was like, and it's a woman too. I'm like, I don't stand any fucking chance here. And I shortchanged myself, right? But yeah, I got the job. I did exceptionally well. I literally, by the time I walked back to the job that I was actually working at, that I had to get out of, because I had recently got this job, and it was like so like not artsy fartsy, very like I would have fallen asleep at the job kind of thing. Like it was like a lot of like architectural like landscape, like it was just other stuff that was just like I didn't see myself doing. And I went and so on my lunch break I went on this interview or whatever, and by the time I got back to the job I was working at for my lunch break, she called me on my cell phone and was like, "Do you want to start?" Like, I got the job. Like so it was just very interesting, and I quit that same day. Like, it's just very interesting how that all pans out. But okay, so the whole point of what I'm trying to say is Saturn in Aquarius, and the lessons that we have to learn, and the mirror that we must turn to ourselves to really see what we are, whom we are, the standing before ourselves, like in this mirror, right? So this lessening with Saturn too going retrograde is about you making your mark and leaving your mark on this world, right? Without holding yourself back or limiting yourself, and finding the balance in those arenas, in those areas where you have limited yourself, where you have denied yourself or suppressed yourself, or whatever the case may be, right? And it's bringing this version of you out into the open, right? And so like this next 4.5 month time period is like a boot camp or some sort of initiation into the better version of yourself that you want, that exists. And so it's about integrating these lessons, right? Because Saturn's here to help you, right? So today's full action. What parts of me do I hide so I can be socially accepted and fit in, right? Oh, right. So that was like the whole point of like even that, right? Especially socially accepted to fit in, right? So oftentimes we clean up our act, or we hide behind our job titles, right? And have this role, right, that we believe or have, or that we have just created for ourselves, that we play. And so if you are in full alignment and alchemy with all that you be and breathe, you're not going to be here listening to this Saturn shit right now, or timestamp, going through timestamps and finding pockets of mana that are going to resonate here with you. If you are here, it's because Saturn's here working itself through you, right? With that Aquarius teacher light here, helping you to integrate, infuse, unify, align, alchemize further you on your path that is evolutionary and revolutionary in every kind of way, right? So, because I said I have to. So what lessons? All right, wait. So this, it's just for time stamping purposes, because I know I babbled, and this is probably gonna be over 3 hours and all this kind of stuff, but whatever. So, what lessons Saturn needs or wants you to learn? So, right, potential for abundance, right? So your potential for abundance, right? And this kind of flip in the middle both ways, but I'm reading it first, reverse, right? Which is the 10 of Wands, right? Right, so it's your potential for abundance right? Right. The question is, what is holding you back from living your greatest life, right? And what lessons Saturn needs or wants you to learn at this time, and it's how to put down the insurmountable problems or duty-bound kind of ways of behaviors or actions that you take, or like flogging a dead horse, like crying over the same thing over and over, right? Or doing the same thing over and over and expecting a different result, right? The potential for abundance, right? That is um, is is a burden, right? Your potential for abundance, but the burden that you carry, the load that you carry in life that has you feeling stress, problems, the weight on your shoulders in some kind of ways, right? And the obligation that 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 has, right, that's saddled onto you, right? And the restrictions and the burnout that can feel, but the potential for abundance that you have for real, right? So Saturn needs you to learn. Hold on. So Saturn, right? Wants, right? So the lesson Saturn needs and wants you to learn is how to reach your potential, how to live from your highest potential and highly activated self, right? Because abundance is here for you. You have the potential. You have something here, right? That so you might have the funds or the means or the resources, you know what I mean, to accomplish your dreams, and even like financial abundance too, right? But right, so the lessons that need to be learned is how to put down your load that you carry without burning yourself out, and shifting the perspective of your uphill struggle and not taking yourself for granted. What's holding you back from living your greatest? You have taken yourself for granted in many ways, and it's going to show up for each of us in different kind of ways. I'll just light on examples, but like the example we gave, that you could be the one to give your shirt off your back to anybody who needs, and you've done so much for everyone and have sacrificed your own personal needs, and and how that was not serving to you or for you, or putting everyone else ahead of you. Meanwhile, you're the fort. You're the you're the you're the you're the fixer. You're the you're the one that everyone goes to and needs. And how are you overlooking yourself? Right? So how are you holding yourself back from making your mark on this world? What mark are you making or wanting to leave in this world? Do you even know that? Can you say that in a complete sentence, your answer, right? To this question. What mark are you leaving on this world, in this world? What mark do you want to leave in this world? Are you leaving a mark on this world? Does that matter to you? Do you want that too? Why do you do what you do? And if you don't want to leave a mark on this world, then why do you overly do all that you do for all the others too? Like, what's the purpose and what does that serve you? So it's like getting to the root truth of certain kind of things. So what lesson Saturn needs and wants you to learn is how to release all overburdens that you feel bound to, like if it's your duty, right? See, like abundance here. So you have this Queen of Pentacles, right? So getting in touch with how you feel about, right, your potential for abundance and your ability to be abundant, right? From the divine feminine perspective, not just the masculine perspective, which is how the worldly view of things, like to have a position, a title, uh, income bracket, salary, um, to have something that marks your wealth, your luxury, or something like that. Um, that yang aspect that speaks to itself. But what lesson Saturn needs you to learn is the yin element of that too. So yeah, the yang is here, right? You got all this external stuff around you to support whatever you choose and decide for yourself. And it'll be representative of that, right? It's like being a parent. Your children are 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 clear indicators that you are a parent, right? It's clear that role that you have here, like it's clear. Um, but it could be to like going back. That was what I was gonna say too. Going back to the beginning too, when I was talking about, and I never finished, right? About people like in the spiritual community that will project on out, and instead of holding themselves accountable or responsible for the role that they play and the actions that they take and the mindset and the emotional state that they find themselves in, they would rather say, oh, someone cursed me or did black magic or, um, you know, all these kind of things, right? And again, not everybody that I work with believes in all that kind of stuff. And I'm not here to talk about what my understanding is of all those kind of things or where I'm at in my evolution and understanding of all those things. And it's not about that either. But what this is about is accountability, responsibility, and mindsets, healthy ones to have, right? Um, so you could be so like the world is against me kind of thing, me against the world, or carrying the weight of the world on your own shoulders, or feeling like you are the one that has to carry the load. Um, and it's the burden in certain kind of degrees or ways, and it's just a matter of mindset of how it is that you are to start seeing stuff as, right? Or are you blaming, oh, this is because that person is doing black magic on me, first me and my whole family, or something like that. Like, you know what I mean? Or it could be that too. It's coming up here for some of you that might think like that, as well as the excuse to why something's not happening or working out for you. Saturn wants to say that that's not true. Okay? Right? So what lesson Saturn needs you to learn is how not to fight, right? Or resist, or be unruly or be defensive or territorial, right? With or have the mindset of struggling, right? Right? Or getting yourself involved in any kind of conflict or battle with others outside of yourself, right? Budgeting. So for some of you, budgeting too, your finances, right? How can you expect so much more in your finances or prosperity or abundance when you have yet to learn to budget or finance or be abundant with that which you already have, right? So people think that more money will solve their problems and a lot of things, and granted, more money can be helpful and useful in many kind of degrees or arenas. But if you're not good with the money that you have already, what makes you think that when you get more, you're going to be any better, right? So it's like Saturn's like um, um, helping, right? Because Saturn wants to help you, and it's doing so, right? Um, and it might come up as hard lessons to be learned in certain kind of ways that it's going to show itself. It's going to be different for everybody because these are different energies that are here. But right, Saturn's lessons, they want you to be in control of your finances, right? Stable, right? But getting through feeling, um, dealing and healing with deep-seated issues, past issues that you might be hoarding or holding on to that does not serve your you living your greatest at this time, right? So yeah, so I just feel like, all right, so judgment, right? So judgment's here. Self-evaluation. This is an awakening period, right? A renewal, right? Forgiveness, right? Saturn wants you to learn how to be less judgmental about your current world or your currency, to be less combative with the external energies, right? To be more grounded in your feminine understanding, your understanding of what you are creating and building, right? This abundance that is here, right? Because Saturn needs you and wants you to learn how to balance your abundance that is making a mark on this world, right? But you have to surrender to um, shifting perspectives, right? So this is um, the responsibility. Like, so it's like Saturn is strict, right? Wants you to learn true meaning and responsibility in regards to how you go about your finances, how you go about your security and your building up of whatever it is that you're creating for yourself, right? And putting down that which you carry, which is overburdening you, right? And really getting a better grasp and hold and understanding of what obligations you find yourself binded to in some kind of way, um, right? And what limitations are creating conflict for you right now, right? Walking away too, right? So 8 of Swords, of things that do not serve you, people that do not serve you, even in love too. So this could be in regards to love, because love is coming up here, right? So being disappointed in love, right? So what lesson Saturn needs and wants you to learn, that if you focus on the negativity, right, and in your own self-absorption in regards to what is not happening for you and not working out for you, or what's not aligning or lining up with what you feel or want or think you should have, um, you'll miss a lot of things like that, right? So the balancing act of these win and loss games, in regards to making investments that are better for yourself, right? Things coming into fruition, hard work paying off, right? And seeing the harvest, right? So right now, experiencing certain kind of delays, right? So it's like, what lesson Saturn needs and wants you to learn right now is how to get through certain kind of delays, hiccups, stagnation, cycles, um, with the patience that is needed, right? And knowing that things are coming into fruition, and that your hard work will pay off, right? Um, and that you're being guided to make wiser investments in mind, emotion, thought, action, spirituality, and all these kind of things that is going to help you form the discipline structure that is needed, right, for your own development, institution, the things that you are, you need me? I just want to finish this, hold on. Right, so like you have the Hierophant card, right? So Saturn's lessons, right? Saturn's lessons, right? Challenging the tradition, the condition, right? With unconventionality, right? Things that are not traditional, taboo, even, right? Unconventional relationships, right? And not conforming to that which is just societally. I really have to start wrapping this up, and this is probably going to be like 4 hours long, but whatever. Eat the fucking mana. So either way, you're being challenged at this time with Saturn and Aquarius here, regardless of how intense it's going to be for each and every one of us. We're each on different stages of our own evolutionary journey, and so what may have be intense 1 year, 10 years from now, when the placement is happening again, may not be so intense. So make sure that you're doing the work as it comes up and you move along, so that when the planet transitions happen another time, you're not facing the same dilemma, problem, or issue again later on down the line, but even more severe at that time. You know what I'm saying? So that's why we tend to the pieces as they come. You know what I'm saying? So either way, Saturn here, implementing rules, restrictions, overly emphasizing our need to give effort and to work hard towards the structure that we're here building, right? Sorting out all of our priorities, right? Focusing on the bigger picture while tending to every single detail, right? Because Saturn is here to help. And One is wise. They will utilize the lessons and guidance of great grandpa Saturn, right? Because although strict Saturn can be and how it goes about in getting results, justice is its ruling energy, and eager is Saturn to gift those noble warriors whom integrated all the lessons and have applied and do apply, right? Saturn is eager to reward those diligent, right? So, yeah, and so let me see, what did I say? So I have these. So how I want to end, how I want to end these is just what gifts are being highlighted for you at this time that you possess and that you have, and that Saturn and Aquarius, they are here to further encourage within you to bring out more, and even the Lord and the teacher are here to further help you balance out your own gifts, skills, and abilities, right? So, like I see, sweetheart, you live from love, seeing the divinity and love beneath the surface and shaping others' worlds and experiences through the perception of the heart. You are a lovable being, good natured, right? Um, you mean well, you know, and people feel good coming to you. Self-reliance too, right? You're an independent, free spirit who is here to learn and teach love in freedom, enabling others to experience and master self-love and independence. Okay, beautiful sweetheart. What else? Who else is here? Detached, right? You're a deep thinker with a high level of emotional intelligence and awareness. Your vibration creates a ripple effect which makes others more aware of their own emotions, right? So, right. So instead of taking the burden of the loads that people attempt to even dump onto you, this is just an example you see, looking at yourself in a more higher octave of perspective and value, right? You're a deep thinker and you have a high level of emotional intelligence, and that's why people come to you, right? So instead of being burdened or bogged down, right? Unless you want to say no, but if you haven't mastered your no power as of yet and you don't want to be burdened with the load, start thinking about how your vibration creates a ripple effect, right? And all its emotional intelligence and stuff like that, which makes others aware of their own emotions. So granted, knowing that, setting that, perceiving that, understanding that when people come to you, right? When people come to you, even when you don't know what to do, your energy of alchemy is the mastery they seek, within themselves too, to know themselves that well too, to know thyself be true, right? To thy own self be true. Just for them meeting with you, the ripple effect of even your mastery too goes into the ethers that is shared, the energies out there, and they become aware of their emotions. And so no load you need carry. You know what I'm saying? So what else? What other gifts or insights? Is Saturn highlighting? Is the influencing of Saturn highlighting for you at this time that will be beneficial and useful for you as you continue to integrate these lessons? Chameleon, right? So being a chameleon allows you to be able to mingle with different kinds of people and develop various aspects of yourself. Just be careful not to lose the real you, right? Being mindful of that too, and your sensitivity to the energies around you. And assuming, right? You're outwardly soft and gentle. Your power is in silence. You are non-reactive and create stillness, making you stand out in a crowd, right? In Saturn, what lesson Saturn needs and wants you to learn is this even more strong. For some here, you guys do this well. For others, it can use some work, right? Being non-reactive, creating the stillness, making you stand out in a crowd, and also very hyper vigilant and aware. To stand still in a room full of so many people and be aware without having to look around. Very powerful, right? I don't know where I put them. Right? Magnetism. That be you. You have a natural ability to make others come after you, possessing a powerful aura that makes it difficult to stay away, right? So Saturn also helping you integrate your magnetism too, right? Descendant be you, right? You come from a long line of healers, herbalists, and wise folk. Their ancient knowing resonates today deep in your spirit. You will know yourself by knowing them. Rich. You have a strong connection to the universe that is developed through study and practice. You can live an empowered life that can bring forth positive changes. Right? What gifts Saturn will bestow onto you or help you to better navigate to for you, your intelligence, your empathy, and connection with water, right? So you're able to stimulate a person's mind using sexuality with intelligence to achieve your goals, right? And then also as an empath, right? You have empathic abilities, being able to feel another person's emotions as well as their thoughts and energy, having no control or awareness over this exchange, right? Helping you to navigate and to better balance that too in that kind of way. Water, right? You are deeply connected to water and the spirits that dwell within it. Water magic suits you to conjure up love spells, emotional healing, or any other matters of the heart, right? Beautiful. Heating it up. Okay. So, right, what gifts are on full display or can be expected to be received, right? What gifts will Saturn bestow onto you, right? And what challenges you must rise and conquer from, if it be a challenge, right? So I'm just gonna pull for a couple of these and then get out of here. right? So patience and then transporter, right? So patience, right? Um, it will require having faith while you're shown the way. Okay, the universe will give you what your soul needs at the perfect time. Okay, the need to control leaves no room for divine timing to work its magic. Okay, transporter. Stay focused, right? And stay sparkly, right? So things will manifest much sooner than you think, right? Maybe for some of you too, you may career fields or fields like as a driver, stewardess, pilot, a traveler, lifestyle blogger, or any job that requires travel in some kind of way. Or this could be too an excellent time for a time to travel for work and to refresh your mind and certain kind of things, right? So gifts and challenges, right? So travel to that other stuff. This is good with money stuff, you know, and that kind of balance as well. Right? Helping you to figure out paths too, like as a writer as well. Words are magic, use them to manifest more abundance, right? So you can also look at work in like blogging, content writing, book writer, or any creative writing career, or just, you know, maybe tapping into your scripting, you know, writing. Your words have power to influence, share your gift to the world, right? You might want to start a retail business, selling stuff, making products, having services, right? If you have an idea in mind, you have the green light to go for it, right? So hoping you rise to the occasion of that which you want to bring into this world without any reservations or hesitations, you know what I'm saying? To believe in yourself too. Surprise is coming for you, okay? Expect the universe to pleasantly surprise you. Everything will be revealed to you in time. Let the plan unfold, okay? And also, side note, deliberately leaving things unplanned may cost you later. So, right, learning to plan. Right, so start taking financial inventory and see what needs changing, okay? You know, it's crucial that you make a plan to make sure each day counts, okay? Some of you might be into event planning, project managing, professional organizer, right? There you go, peacemaker, okay? A win-win approach will bring mutual gain. Apply diplomacy and tact when dealing with difficult situations. Activation, right? You're activating your soul's purpose and receiving gifts because of it, okay? Awaken your soul and tap into your ancestral memory and inner wisdom. Focusing too much on the material world instead of the spiritual world might deplete you. Okay, so that. Make final instant magic. Send to any random page. Repeat 11 times. I am worthy of good things. 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 Right? And set your intentions with precision. Right? So, yay! All right, so this is a long one. Watch it in part or go to the timestamp or whatever the case may be. I am excited for the evolutionary breed the seeds that can retain all these things, even though it went on a babbling kind of thing. May you appreciate and find appreciation and love for the babbles. You know what I'm saying? Either way, I didn't know I was going to go through into Saturn being retrograde and its influence. And just, you know, this is an open um, one-way street of a discussion, you know what I mean? That's going to go into many multidimensionalities of realities, channeling, you know, through. But I just think, you know, there's a lot of fear and smack being talked about retrograde period and how nuisancy or um, um, intense they can be, and granted, they can be very intense. But you know, use this time to stop and listen, right? To pause and to reflect, right? Knowing that you are provided and given all the tools that you need. You are unique in every kind of degree, right? And so for the next 4.5 months, use this time with Saturn's heavier influence activating now in your life, supporting you and helping you to rise to every challenge and conquering it too, and balancing the karma in your own life field and evolution too, right? And making waves for you, right? Because what's holding you back from living your greatest, right? Allow for Saturn to help raise your awareness in regards to your truth, your authenticity too, offering solid wisdom, guidance, and truth and solution for you. And may you feel empowered and strong to sort it all out for yourself too. Focusing, you know, on the bigger picture while you are being assisted with all the details, right? And just remember, Saturn is here to help and eager to reward those that are diligent, obedient, obedient to the lesson. What does that mean? That means that you are in a position and are willing and open to learn so that you can be in a position of open receptivity to receive lessons that desire to be integrated with you in every kind of possible way. You know, no longer holding yourself back in any kind of way, right? So helping you to focus on your goals, right? And your plans that are beneficial to you in every kind of way. You know what I mean? Yeah, pushing you to be the strongest version of yourself in the most healthy, wealthy, stealthy of ways. You know what I'm saying? Anyways, all right. So I hope that you love this. I thank you for tuning in, tapping in, turning on. Share with me how maybe you feel challenged by Saturn at this time, or how or any lessons that Saturn retrograding in your world has taught you, right? That has integrated with you that would be helpful and beneficial to someone else that might read what you shared and like, wow, thank you. You know what I'm saying? Right. So Saturn's here to help with the internal push that is needed, right? To create the external changes that are needed, right? And it's up to you to seed it, read it, right? But first you got to get to know it, grow it, right? So we're going to go for it, right? So thank you so much. Again, I'm Enchantress Bella. I have many platforms of creation that you can be a part of. In the description box, I will eventually share all the timestamps down there and also a master link. That is the master link to all links that link us in every kind of dope as fudge way. Um, in that kind of way, you can also like this video, whether you watched it all or not, or whatever the case may be, your liking is helpful to me in growing my channel that I love, and I am excited to continue to grow. And your reciprocity in that, or energy exchange of kindness and support, thank you. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. And so yeah, it's just fucking helpful, okay? And if you're not subscribed or following, right, and you're here, subscribe, follow. What the fuck? Do you know that if you're private on YouTube, your identity is not revealed to me. You can follow me without me knowing that you follow me. Or if there is a place that I can see, I have yet to discover it. You know what I mean? Because tech savvy not be me. I truly have no idea who's following me unless it's in the recent like notification. It'll say, and if you're in, and that's only if you're public. If you're private, it doesn't tell me shit. But anyways, whatever. You can find me on Instagram at Enchantress, ENCHANTRESS. Okay. Also, you can find me on Twitter now at Utopian Cupcake. Right, that's me. And you can also find me on TikTok. I'm either Utopian Cupcakes or Utopian Cupcake. And Snapchat, I'm either Utopian Cupcake or Utopian Cupcake. WitchyUtopian.com is the place to go. You can sign up for free. There's a lot of evolutionary mana over there for you. You know what I mean? It's a mother and daughter online metaphysical shop that offers products and services too. You can go over there. That is the website that I was talking about earlier in this video in regards to its name change. It will be going through in divine right timing again. So I guess third time's gonna be a charm, my friend, because I'm on my second website name, and I'm I'm growing and evolving and allowing the process of my own progress to just play out. So so yeah, so I don't know when that's going to be. I just, again, this is me freestyling, unscripted, be all my channels, whatever. So yeah, I have different platforms of expression. Also, I am the author to the #1 Love Oracle book, available for purchase and download on Amazon, The Dark Night Light of My Soul, Volume 1, Love Fight. You can read it from beginning to end. You can receive the like code activations, my friend. It is an inspirational, motivational poetic spree of emotions, poetry creatively expressing itself in many kind of enlightening, empowering ways. Or you can turn to any random page on any given day, whether you read the book from beginning to end. You can use it every day, my friend. You can turn to any random page for a daily dose of motivational, inspirational, or oracle-like advice for those that operate on their alchemized and wise. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, you can use it like that too. Yeah, so that's pretty dope as well. And then this enchantingbabble.blogspot.com, my blog, another blog. Yeah, and then Enchantressly Babbler here on YouTube, Spotify, and Anchor as well. I think that's it with my announcements and just information. Yeah, so thank you so much for all the love, kindness, and support that I do receive from so many of you. Thank you to every new subscriber to I appreciate you. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Truly thank you.